Hey, Richard, it's Sabrina. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
Hi, Richard. Can you hear me all right?
I hold on. I gotta switch. All right. Say it again.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Councilmember.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Hey, Richard,
Hello,
you can hear me fine?
I can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm gonna log off until 5:30.
All right, you gonna stay on? I mean, is gonna keep it in the meeting?
Yes, yes.
Okay, no problem.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Councilmember Robinson. Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mayor.
Okay,
Martinez. Not sure if everyone else is.
I hear you.
has your day been busy?
Hello. Hi, Doria. Richard, I'm wondering if I can have your cell phone number in case we have a problem, we can text you. I
Yep.
thought you couldn't see me and I couldn't chat, and I'm glad you let me in, but I think in general, it'd be nice to have your number for KCRT.
Were you talking to me?
Yes,
Oh, okay. I will put it in the chat.
thank you. Hi, Eduardo. Before others join, I wonder if you can join the meeting tomorrow. Did you see my invite? I mean, my email?
I have not. I've been busy with meetings all day.
Okay, it's about Santa Rita Road and finding a viable solution that keeps neighbors happy. They called me, I went to the location this morning. They were very unhappy about the solution that we have proposed to Public Works and Fire Department, so
Mhm.
I suggested we discuss it tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Sorry to interrupt you guys, but we are recording on Zoom, YouTube, so be careful what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, you should have told us. I thought you would start recording when the meeting starts. Okay, we'll talk offline, Eduardo. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Just-
Richard, for your phone number.
Just let you know that we have to get on YouTube a little sooner so that people can find it. So
Got it. Okay, thank you for the information.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Well, now that we have a quorum, it's time to start the open session before closed session. Would you like to do a roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes, I'm in
Awesome.
present.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. And she's absent. Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis sent an email stating that he would not be present for today's meetings, so he is absent. Councilmember Zepeda. Councilmember Zepeda is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Here. All right, so we have closed session. Can you read the items into the record?
Yes. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Ferrera Diaz versus City of Richmond et al., DKD of Hilltop Inc. et al. Versus City of Richmond. Conference with real property negotiator. First property is South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, Jesus Morales, and Annette Beecham. Negotiating parties, Mayor Flores, Community Devco LLC, and under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Second property is 1324 Canal Boulevard. That's General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiator, Dave Alshire, Lizette Zapata, and Annette Beecham. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association.
Thank you. Can you read into the record that Councilmember Jimenez is now present?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. And do we have public comment before closed session?
We do not have any requests to address the council.
Okay, in that case, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
There's so-
Once again, my apologies for starting late. A lot of work done in closed session, but we're ready to start now. May we have a roll call?
It's 5:30. This is the special meeting
Yes.
of the Richmond City Council. Councilmember Bonner,
Here,
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez is absent for roll call. Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Vice Mayor McLaughlin is absent for roll call. Councilmember Robinson.
Oh, yeah, there she is. I was about to say, we don't even have quorum, but now that McLaughlin is here, we do have quorum.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
here,
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda. Councilmember Zepeda is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Here. All right, so do we have a statement of conflict of interest? Hearing none, agenda review. Since there's only one item, there's really nothing to review. So can you read the next item into the record?
Yes. Item J is to receive an update from the West Contra Costa Unified School District Superintendent Kenneth Chris Hurst and staff on a strategic planning, academics, safety, and operations.
All right, thank you. So Dr. Hurst, the chair is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Very honored to be here with you this evening, and all of you as well. I have a number of my staff, and I'm wondering if they could be promoted as well. In the waiting room should be Robert McIntyre, Lewis Freeze, Coy Hill. I see that Mr. Booker is here. Conrad Tanasachuk, Dr. Sylvia Greenwood, LaShante Smith. They're going to all help participate in sharing the state of the district. And would you like me to put their names in the chat?
Are there other members who aren't on
Let's see.
the panel? We have McIntyre, Booker, and Freese.
Coy Hill, LaShante Smith,
Okay, Coy is in.
okay. I see Dr. Greenwood,
Okay, who else are you looking for?
LaShante Smith.
I don't see that name.
Is LaShante going to be joining us, Mr. Booker?
Yes, I'm actually texting her right now.
Oh, while we're waiting on her, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Is that the only person you're missing?
That's the only person that we're missing.
Okay, very good.
And can everyone see that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can.
So I'd like to just start off by introducing myself to you formally. This is my first opportunity really being in front of Richmond City Council. Again, it's an honor to be with you. A little bit about myself. I've been in education. This is now my 25th year. Former superintendent. Before I was here, I was in Washington State, in Central Washington as superintendent. But home has always been in California. Longtime resident of Southern Cal. I have been in Poway Unified School District as a teacher and administrator, in San Diego Unified as a principal, and then also in Oceanside as a principal and associate superintendent. And it's an honor to be here. I taught mathematics and computer science and AP computer programming as well. I wanted to share with you the journey since I've been here for now a little over a year and a half, almost 2 years. I came on board, we started really just trying to find out the gaps of the district, where are the issues, the significant issues. So we brought in an organization, Illuminate Ed Collective, and we had them perform an equity audit. They talked with every level of the organization, including principals, how we schedule, business and finance, maintenance and operations, HR, staffing. They did a deep dive, and then they actually reported all the findings publicly in an open public meeting. So it was made very clear to the community, here are the issues. Now let's really start addressing the issues. So part of that was just identifying our current reality, and now we're moving to our future state or ideal state, which is really the strategic planning process. So after the equity audit, we started setting up community meetings with all of our schools, all of our community. Anyone and everyone was invited to participate, because what we were going to do is to reimagine what needed to happen in West Contra Costa School District, especially understanding where we have been over the past decade, especially in English language arts, mathematics, and science. So we started having these series of community meetings. We established a guiding coalition, which was a cross-section of stakeholders in the community, in all of our communities. And we went and had conversations with students, parents, university officials, business partners, community members, community-based organizations. And throughout this series of meetings, we were able to really talk about, what do we really want for our students? What are our students saying that they want for their future? What's the vision? Where do we see ourselves in the next 5 to 10 years? What is our purpose for being? What are the skills that we want our students to know and have and to be able to do once they graduate? So we started focusing on our vision, our mission, our graduate profile skills, or the skills we want them to have. We surveyed the community. We really worked on community engagement, and we are continuing to engage the community in this process. But where we are right now in the strategic planning process is we have a draft statement of a new vision, a new direction for our district, for our students. We have core purpose, we have core values now, and we have identified skills that we want our students to have when they graduate from one of our schools. So right now, we're in the process of bringing all of that to the board for approval. And then we're going to the hard work of, how do we make this happen? How do we make it, how do we socialize all of these elements in the classroom across our district, and how do we implement? So that's where we are right now. So I wanted to share with you what we're doing for our future state. And I'm going to turn it over to now Mr. Coy Hill, who's representing our Ed Services Department and is going to be going over academics.
If I might interrupt,
Yes.
in the strategic planning, I see that you included many aspects of the community, but I didn't see anything concerning teachers, janitors, office staff, the support system that makes the school run. Have you met with them, or do you intend to do that in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. We actually included everyone, including the teachers, including the principals, the students, even the support staff, all of our classified staff. We've met with more than 1,600 individuals inside and outside of the community. But what I've shared with my team is that we still want to continue to engage. So even though we have draft statements and everyone has been included, everyone had the opportunity to sit at the table. My goal is to reach out to more and to get feedback from more individuals, because we want people to be part of the process and to own, the work that's happening, the exciting work that's happening in our district now. So yes, sir, we absolutely did include our teachers and support staff and our students.
Fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. As you probably know, I'm a retired school teacher from West Contra Costa Unified School District, and now as mayor, the city expects West Contra Costa Unified School District and leadership to provide certificated educators in every Richmond student's classroom. And I'm hoping, and I know that the city of Richmond and its residents are hoping, that we prioritize staffing and educators first, and in how the resources are spent. So we need quality teachers in the classroom.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. I do agree. And I think you're going to hear some of that, and I anticipate some of those questions as well as we go through.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Coy Hill. I am one of the executive directors in West Contra Costa Unified School District. And unfortunately, our Chief Academic Officer, Mrs. Huffman, was not able to join us. And so I will be representing Ed Services as we talk about some of the academics for our district and our children. First, I want to start with our STAR assessment, which covers the content area of reading and mathematics. These numbers, the data is beginning of the year baseline data. And so as a system, we are using STAR to progress monitor academic performance as we go throughout the school year. And our baseline data or fall data for mathematics, you will see broken down into subgroups. And so what we see is for mathematics, 41% of our children, Asian children, are at grade level. For our children, our Black children, 10% started off at grade level at the beginning of the year. And then for our Latinx children, 11% started at grade level for the beginning of the year. And then you see also for multiple ethnicities, and then for our white children with mathematics. Related to ELA or reading, you will see also beginning of the year data, baseline data for these subgroups. And so you will see that 56% of our Asian children were proficient at the beginning of the year. 28% of our Black children were proficient at the beginning of the year. 25% of our Latinx students, and then also multiple ethnicity children, and then for our white children. Next slide, please. Next, we want to talk about the completion rate A to G.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we ask questions to make the slides meaningful, please?
I think it's best to save the questions till the end. Otherwise, we may never get to the end.
Okay.
Continue.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So what you will see is our A to G completion rate. And this specific data point focuses on De Anza High School. And so what you will see is a multiple year comparison for our grad rates and our A to G completion rates broken down into subgroups. And so I know it's a lot of data and numbers, and I'm not going to go through each one. I will highlight one or two of our subgroups. And then the council also will have an opportunity to review the data for themselves. So if we look at our EL students and do a 2-year comparison on A to G completion rates based on 2021 and based on 21-22, what we will see is that there is a slight decrease. So in 2021, our EL students completed 38 4/10 percentage points for A to G courses. And then you will see for the 21-22, there was a slight decrease to 32 9/10 percentage points for the A to G completion rates. Again, there's a lot of subgroups, so I don't want to miss anyone, but I don't want to go through and read for each one just due to the amount of time that I'm allotted. If we can go ahead and go to the next slide. The next A to G completion rate is for John F. Kennedy High School. And you will see again a multiple year comparison for our graduation rates and for our A to G rates. And so if we look at our English language learners, A to G completion rate, what we will see is that in 2021, it was 22, almost 23% completed A to G. And then 21-22, we had a small increase at 28 3/10 percentage points. And then you can also see the total sum in the first column where it's labeled all students. And in 2021, we had 27, almost 28% completion rate, and 21-22 that increased a little bit by 30 4/10 percentage points. Next slide. Again, our completion rates, this data point focuses on Richmond High School. And so what you will see in our A to G completion rate, again, is multiple years. So you're able to do that comparison, but I'm narrowing it down to just a 2-year comparison. And so if we look at our English language learners, what we will see in terms of the percentage of completion rate is 36 5/10. And then for 21-22, we had a slight dip down to 27 8/10 percentage for completion rate. We will also see for the total sum of our children for A to G, we had a 41% completion rate in A through G for the 2021 year. And then 21-22, we had a slight decrease, a little above 37%. And what we also know is the data obviously is impacted based on us coming out of the pandemic and coming out of being able to come out of our home and back to the school and continuing our education. Next slide, please. This right here is our UC Systems admissions rate for our high school students within West Contra Costa, but also you can do a comparison of some other high schools here in the Bay within our region, just to provide some context. I'm not going to go ahead and read it for each one, but I do want to highlight one or two of our high schools. So what we will see for Richmond High School is in 2020, we had 81% of our children accepted into the UC system. And then for Richmond High School, and then 2021, we had a slight decrease down to 76%. You'll also see at Kennedy High School for 2020, excuse me, we had 56% of our kids who applied were accepted into the UC systems. And then 2021, we were able to increase that number up to 81% of the kids who applied who were accepted into the UC system. But again, you have a breakdown of all of our high schools within our district, but also within the region, just to provide a comparison. Next slide, please. So we are striving in our district to ensure that all kids are thriving academically. And so the schools that we are serving in the city of Richmond, we have highlighted those. And so you will see we have listed all of the elementary and K-8 schools from Coronado, King, Lincoln. You will see the remainder of the schools. You see that in the city of Richmond, our standalone middle school is Dejan Middle School. And then we also have our comprehensive high schools listing Richmond High, Kennedy, and we've also included De Anza High School. In terms of our alternative options, we have Greenwood Academy that is also located in the city of Richmond. And then we have Vista Virtual for the families and the children who are opting into virtual instruction. And then what you're going to also see are schools that we are serving in our district that are outside of the boundaries of Richmond. However, we do have a number of students who are attending those schools who do live in the city of Richmond. And so again, that's broken down for our elementary and our K-8 schools, Bayview, Collins, all the way to Terra Hills. And then for our standalone middle schools, we have Betty Reed Scott, Soskins, Pinole Middle, Korematsu. For our high school, we have Pinole Valley, El Cerrito High, and then for alternative education, you'll see that it's Middle College High School. Next slide, please. So next is our career pathway programs. And so and VAPA. And this provides our students with a series of courses or programs that really supports them reaching their goals as we talk about them reaching their career goals. And so some of the programs, some of the courses that are offered, we've broken that down into elementary, middle school, and high school. And so with elementary, we're offering band, project lead, the way, which is STEM based. For middle school, we're offering band, again, STEM, multimedia, and career exploration. For our high schools, we continue to offer band. We are offering dance, multimedia, welding and construction trades, health-related courses, engineering courses, IT, information technology. We're offering also some of classes related to law, and then we also have a Fab Lab that you will see listed. Next slide, please. One of our initiatives within the district is around community schools within West Contra Costa Unified School District. And that was expanded through a $30 million grant to support 22 school communities. And so pre-K all the way to 12th grade, we're using the whole child approach with an integrated focus on academics, health, social services for our youth to build their community development and community engagement. And so within our school district, the community schools have a collaborative team of adults, including teachers, families, and service providers who are collectively working together to deeply understand the needs of each child and how we can support them, to provide wraparound services in response to students and what their needs are, to ensure that we're supporting every child, and also disrupt the school system in terms of better serving our children. Next is the Richmond schools who are participating in the community schools program. And I want to apologize. I didn't have a chance to update this slide. However, there are a couple of things that I do want to point out. And so what you will see is a breakdown of our elementary K-8 schools. There are some schools that are listed that do not fall within the boundaries of Richmond. And so I just want to acknowledge that. But you will see starting from Bayview to Chavez, Steege to Verde, and several other schools that are listed. You will see also under middle school, we have Helms listed, but we should also have Dejan Middle School listed under there. So again, I apologize on that. Our high schools and alternative education that are participating in the community school program, you'll see that we have Kennedy and Greenwood Academy listed, but we should also have Richmond High School because they are participating in the community schools program. All of our secondary schools have community-based health centers that deliver wraparound services to the schools. And so I also want to point out, when we're focusing just on secondary and the wraparound services, this is only applicable to our high schools. So I know middle school is listed there, but I want to lift that up also. Next slide, please. And so some of the programs that we have listed that are supporting the academic support that is provided for our children and their enrichment. And you'll see that we focus on key instructional supports that are being provided. And our first focus area is around literacy. And so what you'll see in elementary, we have guided reading, small group instruction. We're also supporting elementary with early literacy. So for example, we're using SIPs. We also have other curriculums that are supporting our elementary also. And with secondary, we have a focus on student academic discourse, ensuring that we're providing scaffolds for students to have an opportunity to share kind of that metacognitive piece, how they're processing different content areas, using their critical thinking skills, and having the opportunity to build off of each other's ideas. And with our special education children, we're supporting them with Linda Mood Bell instructional practices related to reading comprehension. Additional support and enrichment programs, our community gardens, partnering with Urban Tilth and Growing Together. We have several after-school programs at all of our K-8 sites. We also are providing sports at the middle school, competitive sports at each of the comprehensive schools. We're also offering TutorWorks. There are several clubs that children have the option to participate in, and leadership programs. And we also are partnering with Mafanico, who is providing services within our schools also. Next slide. Thank you.
And we'll turn it over to Mr. Booker for our safety overview, and if LaShante has arrived as well.
Is LaShante here? I don't think that Ms. Smith is here. So I'm going to talk about safety. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for giving us the pleasure of talking about safety for the school district. It is really my pleasure to present this, as I am a former employee of the city of Richmond. So we really focus in the area of social, emotional, and physical safety when we deal with this school district. So I'm going to start with social emotional, and our social emotional risk screener. What we do is we have a social emotional behavior screener, and it's implemented across the district. As far as the participation rate for the fall, we did grades 3 to 12, and it's a total of 60%. The grades 3 through 6 were 62%, 7 through 8 were 76%, and 9 through 12 were 50%. Our fall risk levels were low risk were 72%, some risk were 25%, and high risk was 3%. As a result of this screener, the actions that we took, we reviewed the data with school sites. We focused on the high-risk students. We did check-ins, referrals to supports, and individual and group counseling. We disaggregation of the data. We analyzed themes to provide school-wide system supports, support for subgroups, resources specific to school sites, and determine target SEL lessons. Next slide, please. Some of our current supports are continued in professional development and support for SEL implementation. The second step is that we use the Stanford Harmony and Wayfinder. Stanford Harmony focusing on the elementary, and Wayfinder focusing on the secondary, middle, and high schools. Second, central professional development focused on the teachers, admin, classified, climate teams, climate positive behavior interventions and supports, and social emotional learning. We created resources for sites to be based on current trends. We continued with the walkthroughs for safety, climate, and SEL. We also looked at central supports for students, social workers, and contracts with community-based organizations. Next slide, please. Like I said, we took a multi-layered approach. So now I'm going to talk about those prevention strategies that we focused on as a physical level. We limited students' arrival and dismissal entrances and exits, really focused on our one point of access to our schools. Grades 6 through 12 students and all staff, ID badges are worn during school hours. Building signage ordered and posted at each site. Our emergency operation procedures were made in the flip charts, which were in each of our classrooms. Our classroom doors remain closed during instructional hours in case of an emergency lockdown. We trained and updated run, hide, fight protocols, and those are currently being presented to all our sites. And then finally, we looked at our See Something, Say Something campaign. And that's talking to a site administrator, a trusted adult, or using our anonymous line, which is 844-510-2849. Next slide, please. So how we monitor this, we have an internal dashboard that we use. And this really focuses on the areas of some of the things that I mentioned earlier, is the one point of access, making sure that our gates are closed, making sure that people are properly identified through lanyards and IDs, making sure that the traffic during school hours is minimal, and then making sure that our CSS, our campus safety specialists, and our adult staff is visible during school hours. And then we use this as a compliance tool, but more important, we use it as a resource allocation. So when sites are having issues with some of the things that we look at, we can get them the resources that they need to help them have a safer campus. Next slide, please. We also have a resource guide that we give to all our site leaders. This resource guide is a guide that is used where you can click on the link and it goes to a more comprehensive page, but we also give them a summary. So the key safety resources are made available to all school sites administrators through the this safety quick guide. All school sites have a comprehensive site safety plan to define how these procedures and resources are implemented. And so part of our requirement from the California Department of Education is that we update our comprehensive site safety plans every year. These site plans are approved by the SSCs and our safety department, as well as reviewed by local law enforcement. Next slide, please. And finally, we have a school safety tracker that has all our schools. It has information for those sites, as well as has information related to training, our safety preparedness, our drills. And this is an internal tracker that helps us with giving the supports that each site needs with regard to safety. And with this slide, I conclude our safety presentation for this evening.
I would like to introduce Mr. Freeze and Ms. Mejia for operations update.
I believe this segment is actually the budget slide, so Dr. McIntyre will be presenting this portion.
Great, thank you very much. It's been a pretty exciting time in school finance this year. For those who don't live and breathe school finance like I do every day, we received not only our statutory COLA, which due to inflation was much higher, about triple what we normally see in a regular year, but because state revenues were doing so well and the state made a larger commitment to public education, so they added an additional augmentation to the COLA of 6.7%. So the total funded COLA for this year was actually 13.26%. The closest we've ever seen to that was about 10.5% back in 1990 or 91. So this was banner news for us. And it was really essential that we received this high COLA as a district, because we were in a very difficult place before this large COLA came in. Now, not all of the programs got that extra augmented COLA. Only the main funding source, the local control funding formula, did, but all the other programs did receive statutory COLA, and that was great news. In addition to the increase in our basic operational funding, we also received 3 grants. Now, there has been one change actually in the arts, media, and instructional materials discretionary block grant that we learned about after the publishing of this slide deck for this meeting. So we learned as part of the governor's January budget proposal that there was an intention to pull back half of this grant in order to continue funding the local control funding formula. But still, when you look at it, the state is continuing to make ongoing and one-time investments in helping students deal with learning loss as a result of COVID. So you see that learning recovery emergency block grant for $38.8 million there in the first restricted funding bucket, and the expanded learning opportunity program. So providing those before and after school programs to give a 9-hour day for students who need it. Next slide, please. So interestingly enough, those funding sources create kind of this dual perspective for people who look at the district's finance. And when we look at actual numbers, you'll see what I'm talking about in just a second and a couple more slides. But what's important to recognize that while our general fund operation got better, these other programs provide the opportunity for us to leverage against existing programs. So for example, the expanded learning opportunity program can be leveraged with the after school education and safety program. And so those programs combined could create a really robust after school program district wide, especially for our students from kindergarten to 6th grade. We are recognizing that we're spending down the last part of the federal COVID money over the next 18 months. And so we're having to plan for the phase out of that. And really that learning recovery emergency block grant couldn't have come at a better time from the state to help us with our kind of step down plan, because we still have student needs to meet around learning recovery from COVID. Now, while those were some great opportunities presented based on the budget from the governor's January budget proposal, we do still have some risks in the budget. The county did downgrade our first interim budget report from positive to qualified because they wanted us to recognize the expenditures that we had reserved in the fund balance for offers that we had made at the bargaining table to our labor partners, which we did not do and is not customary, but the county decided they wanted to see that. So we've been working very close with them to address all the concerns they have, and we're back on track with them. Some of the other risks to our budget is obviously if the economy softens, the out year revenues could soften up compared to what the state and Department of Finance is telling us what they could be. And of course, inflation is impacting every single one of our staff members and our families in our community. And so our ability to remain competitive from a compensation and cost of living perspective remains challenging looking forward. Next slide, please. So I think we covered this pretty well. Some of the things that we need to recognize is that what we were in a very, very difficult financial position just 9 or 10 months ago. In fact, we had a negative budget certification. It's the worst certification that you can get under the state. And because of cost cutting measures taken by staff and at the direction of the board and the superintendent, the district has come a long way in balancing its operations. In addition to that, all that additional state revenue coming in really helped pull us out of that negative condition. And so now as we look forward, we had previously planned to commit all of our fund balance to cover our 3-year operations that we have to demonstrate for the county and the public, as well as we thought we were going to have to spend all of our other post-retirement benefit accounts. But because things have improved so much, we no longer have any need or requirement to touch the other retirement benefits account to fund operations, and we only need part of Fund 17, which is our solvency reserve fund, to maintain operations through 24-25. Next slide, please. So I know I'm probably the only person in the room who gets really excited about looking at numbers and a financial. So please forgive me, but I do want to highlight a couple key areas as we look at this. Here you're looking at the unrestricted general fund. This is the fund we use to operate our daily operations. So think of all of our general education, all of the the regular general ed teachers, our electricity, our transportation, all that is in here. So all the non-special ed, all the non-grant programs are going to be in this part of the budget. And so as you can see, the state and other local revenues went up, and the amount that we had intended, the amount that we believe we have to contribute to special ed and routine restricted maintenance went up a little bit. And so you see on the revenue side, we're going up about $7.5 million from our first interim to our revised budget at second interim. Next slide, please. Now, this is on the expense side of the budget is where you're seeing much bigger changes. We're still only looking at the unrestricted side of the budget. And so some of the changes that we're seeing in here are a result of us making agreements with our labor partners. And so as you might expect, you're seeing, for example, the cost in salaries, both certificated and classified, and benefits going up as a result of that. We have made some cuts in books and supplies, and we've made some commitments for wraparound services in the services and other operating expenditures. We've made some extra commitments specifically around social emotional learning that we hope will help move our students forward in the current year, that increased our spending in that category. So you can see overall, we've increased total expenditures by 13.1 million. And so now we're up to 263.4 million on the expenditure side for the unrestricted general fund. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at the total general fund. So this is both the restricted and unrestricted side. And this is taking into account all of the bargaining unit settlements across the district. So it basically assumes that the board is going to approve the contract proposal with our teachers labor group tomorrow night. So fingers crossed, everything goes really well there. And so it recognizes all the restricted and unrestricted revenues and expenditures for the entire general fund. So there's probably a couple things that really jump off the page. Wow, revenue's going up $56 million. Well, that's mostly in those 3 grants that I talked about on the restricted side of the budget. So that learning loss recovery, emergency learning loss recovery block grant, the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, and the expanded learning opportunities grant. Those are all restricted fund dollars. So we're seeing a large increase on the restricted side of the budget, which is helpful these are necessary programs, but it gives the public the perception, holy cow, $56 million, you all are rolling in dough, your problems are solved. The problem is these are restricted dollars. They don't solve the unrestricted side of the budget problem. And so we're like I said, much better off today than we were just a year ago as a result of the money we did get on the unrestricted side. But we do have, these other funds coming in. On the expenditure side, we're going to spend part of those $56,000 providing the students that those 3 grants require us to provide. Now, those grants are intended to be from 3 to 6 years as they're allocated. Each grant has its own life span. And so we'll be spending parts of those dollars over the next few years and spending down those restricted fund balances. So you can see that when we look at our beginning and ending fund balances over time, we thought we were going to end the year at 59.1 million. Total general fund, and now it looks like we're going to end the year at about $100.3 million in our general fund balance. Next slide, please. Now, throwing out a large number like $100.3 million is insane. I feel crazy saying it out loud. So I think it's really important to know what the components of that fund balance are. Like any organization, we have cash in a clearing account and a bank account where we basically clear all of our checks before we send our money to the county. So that's our revolving cash there. We have stores. We have closets filled with printer paper and Post-it notes and pens across the district at every school site. We have about $230,000 in stores. But remember, those 3 grants and money that we already have in special education and routine restricted maintenance are sitting in reserve on the restricted side of the budget. So of that $100 million, $70.7 million is restricted. So what's left for the unrestricted side of the budget? Well, the state requires us to have a minimum reserve for economic uncertainty, and that's a 3% state mandated minimum. So there you see the $15.1 million near the bottom. And then we have an amount over that in the unrestricted general fund side, another $14.2 million. So we're sitting at just shy of 6% in our unrestricted general fund balance. So it's really easy to get excited about $100 million number until you realize most of that's sitting over on the restricted side of the budget. Next slide, please.
And good evening. I was going to say, Ellen Mejia Hooper is going to give us a presentation tonight on our facilities.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Construction for the district, and I'd like to report out on our construction projects for the 23 year at Kennedy High School. We have new cameras that have been installed. We are currently working on and getting close to completion for the new turf and track surface on the main stadium field. As well as new grandstands and press box. There will be a full set of stands on both the traditionally home side and now the new home side. So they're switching sides, and what we're looking at in the background of this picture is the new press box and home side that's on now closest to the campus. We'll have grandstands on the visitor side as well. We're also installing acoustical panels in the main gymnasium. At Betty Reed Soskins, we're doing a refresh of the 200 wing, which should be fully operational by August. Deanza's field project is in design at the moment. There we're just installing new turf and refurbishing the track surface. So it's not as large of a project as what's happening at Kennedy. At Downer, we have plans to replace the playground structure and safety surface, as well as some associated accessibility improvements. E-rate refers to a funding grant program through the federal government. It's augmented by matching funds through our bond program, but it renews itself every few years, and we make applications to it. And this particular round of funding is dedicated towards expanding our exterior Wi-Fi coverage at many of our campuses, as well as replacing the network infrastructure for the Wi-Fi system of the interior of De Anza High School. But the exterior is happening at many of our campuses, and the interior work is happening at 6 campuses, De Anza being within Richmond's boundaries. For exterior painting, we're planning that this summer for various campuses around the district. Highland, we're working on improving the restrooms and the underground utilities. And at Richmond High School, we have an ongoing camera project to replace and repair our existing cameras, as well as add a few additional ones associated with the construction that occurred with the new gym. Next slide. So additional bond projects that are in the works is the Kennedy and Richmond High Schools. So we have received our request for qualifications. We are reviewing that so that we can issue the request for proposals to hire architects in order to get those projects moving. These are major projects that are planned for both campuses to include modernization and new construction. But the first part of the project will be prioritizing the needs list. Steege Elementary School has also been prioritized for Measure R. And so we are looking at architectural proposals to remove the oldest building on campus and relocate those to modular buildings, as well as a renewal of the remaining buildings on the campus. And as we're doing that work, providing wet site amenities to fill out the campus.
And tonight, I just want to give a plug for our 7-Eleven committee. We've been going through a surplus property process. We have 4 properties identified, 2 of which are within Richmond, our Harbor Knolls site, and our Adams site. Tonight is our 4th meeting. Our committee is reviewing the draft recommendations that'll be eventually coming before the board. If you're interested in what's happening with the community, our recordings are on our website. You can review those as well as our minutes, and we welcome anybody that would like to join us at our next meetings. I think that completes our presentation.
And we'll turn it over to Mr. Tanasachuk for negotiations update.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. City Mayor and Cabinet, I appreciate the opportunity, and council members to be here to present tonight. I'm the lead negotiator and director of labor relations for West Contra Costa Unified School District. We've just completed a 3-year contract with UTR, and the first 2 years of that being a 14% in the salary over the 2-year period, which has been a very long time since that's been done in the district. In addition to that, continuation of our Kaiser Bay Rate area for benefit premiums at 80%. We've also made significant improvements as it relates to collaboration time and assessment time to allow teachers additional time, plus also for professional development and time for additional people in terms of teachers to allow time for collaboration. One of the things on the for the UTR is that it was ratified last Friday, as Dr. McIntyre indicated, and will be sent to the board for ratification as well. I know that many of you probably have a significant number of questions associated with that. We also did settle a 2-year contract with the Teamsters and School Supervisors Association, which also included increases in salary and benefits over the next 2-year period, and our West Contra Costa Administrators Association, which is a 1-year contract extension, which expires June 30th of this upcoming year. And then we are actually headed into interest-based bargaining for a successor agreement on that. If you have any other questions, be happy to answer those. One of the biggest changes as well was in relation to community schools and shared decision-making with the UTR, which we incorporated into the contract as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tanasachuk. Mr. Mayor and council members, that completes our presentation, and we'll turn it back over to you, sir, for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I see that Councilmember Ivana has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. It's awesome that the school district and city are in communication. I have a question actually about the school facilities and soccer fields, and especially with the surplus property that you have. You know that many parents in Richmond especially have their children play soccer. We have hundreds and hundreds of parents, and they don't have access to soccer fields. I wonder if you have within your plans to increase the number of soccer fields, or possibly that surplus property could become soccer field. Is there any way that the city and the school district can cooperate on increasing such access? I have some more questions too, if possible. I'll make them quick.
Okay, just to follow up on that question. So right now the committee is looking at recommendations for the parcels. Those recommendations will come back to the school board. The school board will make final determination on how those properties would be either disposed or reused within the district.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. About the safety, does the school district consider safety outside the school, like pedestrian beacons around the school, to guarantee that students cross the street safely? Can we work, the school district and the city, to enhance that type of safety?
Yeah, we are responsible for the students from the beginning of school to the end of school. We actually work with a number of community-based organizations as well as local law enforcement to make sure that we are making our students as safe as they can be. As far as in their communities, I know that a number of these community-based organizations that work in our schools work in their communities as well. So we take a comprehensive approach when we are dealing with safety.
Oh, okay. Actually, I received comments from parents that they would request more pedestrian safety around the schools. I know time is tight, but I hope we get a chance to talk about it later. My other question is about public safety education for students. Is there any protocol for wildfire safety? As you see in the map behind me, actually, many schools in Richmond are within very high fire hazard severity zone. What happens in case of a wildfire when everybody's supposed to evacuate?
So part of the school's safety strategy is their comprehensive site safety plan. And in that safety plan, it incorporates evacuations. So there are 3 responses that we use in any critical incident, and that is a lockdown, evacuation, and a shelter in place. So in the event that they needed to evacuate any school, there is a protocol that we use for that evacuation. We have transportation available that would be able to assist with that. But we would also be working with those agencies, those public safety agencies, to make sure we have a proper evacuation plan.
Excellent. I would like to learn more about it. My last question actually is about the data that was presented, which I couldn't figure out how we have like 20-30% of the students at reading level, and then 50% or 40% of a student graduating, and then admission rate is 82%. How could that be?
Yes, thank you. Great question. So in regards to our kids, the initial data point, which is around the START assessment that we're using as a system, we are administering that assessment numerous times throughout the year. And so that's one of many tools that we're using to progress monitor. And what I was lifting up was the fall administration data. And so that's our beginning of the year data. That's our baseline. And so as we go throughout the school year, we continue to progress monitor, and we're able to monitor the academic growth for every child. And so that is one of many tools that we're using to progress monitor the academics of our children.
Well, that was a slide 5. So I would very much appreciate if you could share a slide later on about the end of the year. And also the A to G rate and graduation rate was below 50%, how could we have college admission rate over 80%?
Right, great question. And so the college admission rate varied based on the specific school. And so the kids that did apply to the UC system, we are then quantifying the children that were admitted
Got it. That's
to the
percentage
UC.
of applicants, but
Yes,
it doesn't
ma'am.
say what percentage of the students from the whole school apply or admitted.
Correct. So it is the percentage of the kids who did apply, and then the percentage of the kids who were accepted into the UC system.
Okay, and what happens to the students that do not graduate?
For the students who don't graduate, we have additional programs to support them completing not only their high school diploma or GED, but also pathways to support them towards a specific career goal.
Could sometime in the future you provide some statistics about the rate of students who graduate through GED and those who just fall off the network? Also, those slides that had all sort of students with percentage of graduation and percentage AEG, it would be nice if you could please send that a slide, and you can email it to us with the population percentage, like students with disability, what percentage are they? Homeless students, what percentage? African American, and all that population data. I would appreciate it.
Okay, we can make sure that that's sent over, and it does include all of the subgroups that you just referenced.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting data. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin, I'm Vice Mayor McLaughlin, my apologies.
Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Dr. Hurst, and to all of your staff for this presentation. I have a couple questions, and I'll just make it quick. Let me ask them both, and then perhaps you could answer them both. So to what do you attribute the graduation rate decrease from 2021 to 21-22? I think those were the fiscal years that you utilized. There was a decrease in almost all of the schools, or in a lot of them. So to what do you attribute that? And the second question is, I was recently meeting with the principal of Kennedy High, and they have so many vacancies in teacher staff. And so what kind of plan do you have for recruitment? They even have trouble getting substitutes, which I understand comes from the district, deciphering I guess the substitutes go through the district first. So so those are two of my questions: the graduation rate decrease, and also what kind of recruitment are you doing, and do you expect it to be better perhaps now that the teacher contract has been or will be soon sealed?
If Dr. Greenwood could jump in and just talk about staffing, that'd be great.
So staffing has been challenging at Kennedy, but that's one of our highest needs high schools. And so what we're trying to do currently with the current contract is use that as a recruitment tool to get teachers to sign early on. And so we're currently out on what we call on the road, and we're hitting a lot of universities. So last week we went to Fresno State. Saturday we went to the County Office of Ed. So we're using that as a tool to gain teachers to come to the district. And so we're hopeful that we can fully staff the school district this coming school year, because this year was an extremely rough year for our district for staffing.
All right, I hope you also have the substitutes in the meantime worked out, because Kennedy was even having trouble getting substitutes. So teachers were having to do double duty and handle, different classes that they weren't really geared toward initially.
And so when we're out also recruiting, we do recruit for substitutes as well. And so
Okay.
because we know some people aren't ready to take on full-time positions, so we do ask that they do sign up to become substitutes. And so while they're in school and completing their credentials.
Okay, thank you. And the question about why the graduation rate seems to have dipped in the last year that you showed the data for?
Yes, thank you. So I want to be clear just in terms of there's numerous variables or factors that are at play. I can highlight a couple of them. We saw a decrease in that 2-year comparison, our last 2 years of data related to our graduation rate. And obviously, we know that we're coming out of virtual learning and the pandemic, where our community was hit hard and families were hit hard and children were at home doing virtual school. And so that's kind of our umbrella. And under that, you know, we have a lot of variables just in terms of the support that is provided to kids is different when we're able to have them at our school campus versus having them at home and receiving instruction virtually. So we believe those are a couple of the factors that play into the decrease in the graduation rates.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we want to keep moving.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you so much, all of you, for this presentation and being here and provide all of this information. This is
You froze.
way for us to know how my internet.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you froze. So can you repeat what you said?
So I was just saying last part that having this presentation allow us to know what the school district is doing and how we as the city and the school districts can collaborate. So I have some couple of questions, and one is about the community school. You mentioned that you received $30 million and you are working on that. If it will be good to know more details about what actually are you funding and you working. I know that some of the council members here are really interested in community schools and having more information about what you are doing, and that will be great. So you can talk a little bit more about the investing in community school, what it looks like for the district with this $30 million.
Yes, and we can ensure that you receive additional information to provide you with other specific details. And so this is a grant from the state, which is providing services to a large portion of our schools. And again, the approach is really a wraparound service, right? And so how are we providing, meeting the needs of children in terms of emotional need, in terms of academic need, in terms of even intervention needs, just as it relates to a specific content area. So really trying to drill down on specific needs with academics and with the social emotional learning and fill in those gaps to support our children. And so that is kind of the overarching goal of the community schools. But I've taken note to also ensure that additional information is shared. And I will make sure that our director who is managing the grant provides that to the council.
Yeah, thank you so much. And as
Rose again.
I'm sorry, so my question is also around the ESL. As an immigrant who did English and whose first language is not English, is very important for me and my community to have more resources for ESL. So are some of these resources of the community school going towards supporting the ESL programs that is doing a wonderful work, and they always have to fight in the budget to not get cuts. So just wanted to hear what is the commitment around that.
And so with the community school grants, that is going to support all children. So our EL children and all of the different subgroups that were listed on some of the slides. They are restricted dollars just in terms of there's parameters around how those dollars can be used. But again, with the information we'll provide, that'll give you a better overview of the parameters around this grant that we're receiving.
And I can jump in to support with a few examples. My name is Liz Sanders. I'm the Director of Communications for the school district. So at Richmond High School, for example, we have community schools programs that are specific to supporting our newcomers and specific to supporting our English learners. And we're actually working as a district right now with an organization called Californians Together to use the community schools work that's happening at Richmond High School to put together a policy brief about a model for how collaborative interventions at community schools can specifically support newcomers and our immigrant students. So that work is happening and is being documented and also will be shared to try to create more similar programs like that at schools across California.
Okay, so I have two more questions and I will pass it to my colleague, Councilmember Robinson. One is about, I attended a meeting about the DLI program, and there were a bunch of parents and students that were really upset about the district to end the DLI in the high school in El Cerrito. So can you talk more about what is the plan? Because what I heard from that was that the school district wants to expand to more language, but at the same time, what I saw was that the DLI was going to be reduced. So that was kind of like a missed communication where you are saying we want to expand, but at that moment you cut that program from the only high school that it has. And for me, and I just wanted to say, I think every school needs to have that, not only in Spanish, but in other language, because the different other population, immigrant population that we have. But I just want to hear more how that decision came about and what is up next.
I can jump in on this, Mr. Hill. So I'll share a few things that I've been sharing with the community, ma'am. One, there have been a lot of promises made across our district. And I think this conversation around DLI was one of those promises that were made. But what I understand also is around 2020 school year, the person at El Cerrito High School that was actually teaching a course or a couple of courses left. So what we had is a situation where parents were promised that feeder pattern from Washington to Korematsu to El Cerrito High School to the DLI, and there was actually no DLI those years. However, what I've shared even as recent as the last board meeting is I certainly have a commitment as a superintendent and as a staff that we are going to expand our pathway, our DLI pathway in both Mandarin and Spanish K through 12. So I announced that at our last board meeting. But what I shared as well is that it's not just about DLI, Spanish or Mandarin, is also about the programs and services that we're providing for all of our students across the system. So you heard me talk about CTE expansion as well. So there is a vision that we're providing industry standards in our classrooms and all of our core areas that's linked to industry sectors or the 5 priority sectors in this region. So that's going to happen K through 12. So absolutely, that's going to happen.
Have any timeline?
A point of information, we get into the habit of using acronyms, and for the public at large, we may be talking Klingon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. DLI is Dual Language Immersion Program. And then CTE, when I talk about CTE, that's Career Technical Education, which is really another term for pathways that are aligned to certain industry sectors in the region. So there is a commitment. I did not give a timeline at the last board meeting because these are things that need to be carefully thought about and carefully planned. But what I did commit to is that we would collaborate with the community as we proceed with developing these pathways K through 12.
Okay. Well, I look forward to working on that as a part in that has a kid in Komatsu with the DLI program as well. And my last question is about I had been working with some of the soccer leagues that we have in Richmond, and they actually we reach out to a school board member, Demetria and Jamila, and we are setting up a meeting, and I hope some staff people can attend it. But what I am hearing is the difficulty for Richmond-based soccer teams to be able to use the facilities. And in this case, particularly was the Kennedy School facility that is new. They said, for instance, that it's really hard to know, like to receive information, timely manner information, to reserve that place, and the cost associated with renting that space is really high for community organizations like United Richmond or Richmond Soul that don't want to charge the families that much to be able to participate. So we did a fee waiver, and we have a fee waiver in the city for a community organization that wants to use our city facilities, so they can use it. So my question to you is, will you be amenable to do something like that so we can make sure that Richmond community organization that are serving Richmond youth are going to be able to use these facilities that are so important for recreation as well?
I certainly think we're willing to sit down and meet with you and the organizations and have a conversation around that. We do have a structured fee schedule, much like the city does, for use of our facilities. And as you probably know, everybody's in high demand for all of the fields, and trying to share the fields is very challenging to make sure you can spread it out amongst the organizations.
Yeah, so some of the things that they said to me, and I finished with them, we can have that conversation, and I look forward to meeting with you. Another is that sometimes El Cerrito teens has preference, and also is expensive for teens and community organizations to afford the fees that you have. So it gets that constraint. So I am looking forward to working with you because you have great facilities that maybe we can have an MOU also, like improving our MOU that we have. So the city, you can use our facilities and we can use your facilities, and it's a collaboration among the city and the school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for a point of clarification, the Kennedy Field isn't open yet. So Kennedy's been particularly impacted this year because we did close their main stadium. We're anticipating completion in April.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, I just have one question or a kind of a inquiry, and that is, I love the idea of community schools, and I have heard some feedback from some elementary teachers that some of the aspects of community schools have not been deployed, like there are some resources that aren't actually accessible, and I wonder if you can speak to, when you talk about the community schools grant, how much of that is actually actively happening in the schools right now, and how much of it is in progress and will be happening, specifically when it comes to the mental health support services that are supposed to be a part of that program in elementary schools.
So I can speak to some of that again, as I referenced earlier with the question around community schools director. We're taking notes and we'll ensure that we provide all of the answers and all of the details. But there is a process in terms of you reference the elementary schools. So they've been allotted X amount of dollars for their budget. And then the site administrator works with the department that is managing the community schools to ensure that all expenditures fall within the parameters of the community school grant. Once they have confirmed all the expenditures are within those parameters, then the school has access directly to the funds. But I can't quantify for you the percentage of funds that have been spent and have not, but we can look into that piece.
When you do report back or give us a little additional information, can you include which programs are actually up and running and which ones are in the process of approval? It would be good to hear. I've definitely been hearing some frustration and around that from some of the local schools.
Yes, I will make sure that's included.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are half an hour past the amount of time. So I see some other hands up, but if you could please send your questions in to West Contra Costa Unified School District staff and ask them to reply to all council members. It would be appreciated. I haven't had a chance to speak, so I would just make a few comments with questions. I'm interested in the social and emotional risk survey, and I'm sure the community schools is a way of supporting the results that you get. So I'm curious about the criteria for determining the level of risk. And then I'm also interested in the Harmon Knolls that you have up for sale. And I was wondering if there might be, and I'm just daydreaming, wondering if there might be some way to collaborate with the city to make that into sports fields, since we know we're in dire lack of sports fields. And then the third thing is, I like the way that you created the Mandarin school. And I had conversations with people who are interested in an Arabic school. So I was wondering whether or not there might be a possibility to create an Arabic school. So those are the three things I'd be interested in learning more about. We have so much more information to share, but we don't have the time. So thank you so much for coming and spending half an hour longer than was intended. Thank you so much.
Mayor, we do have public speakers.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess it's going to be longer than half an hour. Let's hear the public speakers.
Okay, we currently have 4 hands raised. Those speakers are Mike Peritz, Mark Wasberg, Deborah Bayer, and Francisco Ortiz. Mike Peritz, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mike, please.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Some of the retired teachers were asking about the future of some of the properties that are surplus. And I would like to know when we will get more information about those and how that information will be released. We're also curious about the status of some of the charter schools that were supposed to be reviewed by now. And so much of what we're talking about tonight looks forward to the future, but we want to go backwards on some of these issues and find out how they are advancing, hopefully advancing. Thank you. Those are my two questions.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasper. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mark, you may begin. Okay, we are unable to hear you. Oh, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Hey. I'm on the bus and the bus driver's lost and I'm trying to direct her, but I have to yield my time to wait till it starts. All right.
Okay, you can begin whenever you're ready. You got 2 minutes.
Oh shit, man, we're fucking lost, man. Hold on, man.
He's
Okay,
now already.
got it. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to yield my time.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I have a question, and if it could be answered away from this meeting, that would be fine. But there was a kind of a kerfuffle earlier, well, last year, I guess, where the school board was asked to give pink slips to teachers, even though we were down like 100 teachers, because it wasn't money in the budget, and they didn't want to assume that the state would be giving more money. It's an odd thing where the state gives money after the teachers are laid off. And the school board refused to do it. They voted no, and they did not send the pink slips to the teachers. And they were scolded by the county supervisor and told they would be put under some kind of economic supervision because of that, because they were committing to hire people when they didn't have the money for it. And I'd just like to know the outcome of it. Did they finally get enough money? And was it a bad thing to do, or was it the proper thing to do? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Francisco Ortiz. Francisco, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, Dr. Hurst and staff. My name is Francisco Ortiz. I am a graduate of our district. I'm also a teacher at Ford Elementary for the past 10 years. I'm also the community schools organizer for United Teachers of Richmond. And as one of the co-chairs for the district's community school steering committee, I'm very, very excited to hear that the council is engaged and is excited about the community schools program in West Contra Costa. As some of you may know, we received the 5th largest grant in the state, and we are not the 5th largest district in the state. And one of the real opportunities that we have with our community schools program is that we have a shared governance structure both at the district and at the site level. Another highlight and a deliverable is that, you know, we already had community schools programs in our district, but the new grant money cannot be spent on those existing programs. So the exciting thing is that all of the money that is going to be, is being received will be used to augment already existing funding streams. West Contra Costa has been identified by the State Transformative Assistance Center as one of the 3 sites that they are going to do a deep dive because we had such a strong collaboration with labor and all of our community partners. Additionally, we are inviting civic leaders and folks from Richmond City Council and other municipalities to join the Collective Impact Committee so that we can continue to have a sustainable community schools program beyond the grant, the life of the grant. Something else that we would love to engage more with City Council is to provide another presentation with United Teachers of Richmond, as we are one of the leaders in the state who has secured the governance structure in the district and at the site level. So we would welcome the opportunity to engage more with district and invite you all to see what these community schools are all about. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Thank you.
Hi, so I was just listening to the meeting that just occurred. I'm a former resident of the Ryden Road homeless encampment, and I was listening to the concern over the not having enough sports fields for the various Richmond youth sports teams, and I understand that. But at the same time, I also know that my neighbors and myself were all evicted from Ryden Road, and the city council told us that the city of Richmond just didn't have enough real estate to provide a safe parking location for any of us. And as a result of not having any place to go, most of my former neighbors are now on the street in this cold, wet weather, dying. There are literally people who are dying of cold in Richmond because they have no place to go. There's no safe parking. People's homes were destroyed, their trailers were destroyed, and they're now out on the street. And you're looking at surplus property for soccer fields. I just want people listening to this to understand that the city of Richmond did not provide the people of Ryden Road with an alternative place to live. They put them out on the streets and destroyed their trailers and RVs so that they now have no place warm to shelter in this freezing cold. And the surplus property that the city of Richmond owns, they are prioritizing soccer fields and baseball parks over people's lives. So that's it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Brian Bland, followed by LaShonda White. Brian, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes. Just one quick question. I would like to know, where is the money coming from the California lottery system? And how is that money spent? I cannot find it anywhere. I'd like to know those numbers. It seems like it's just really hard to find. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And that appears to be our last speaker. Thank you.
All right, then public comment is closed, and so is this special session. Thanks to everyone. We've got a lot of business ahead of us. So once again, thank you.
Mayor Martinez, if I could really quickly, I just want to thank the school district so much for coming tonight. And if any city council members have additional questions, I've been capturing your questions tonight. But if you have additional questions, if you could send them to me, and then I will coordinate with the district so that we can provide a coordinated response back to all city council members. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, Dr. Hurst, you're waving goodbye, huh?
I was waving goodbye, but thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council members. I appreciate you, and thank you so much, team.
Okay. And
LaShonda.
Thanks to everyone. Meeting is adjourned. Well, I guess we can stay on for our next meeting, which is our regular city council meeting. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bonner.
I'm here. Sorry.
Councilmember Jimenez. Sorry.
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. So may we have the public comment instructional video?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone. and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Thank you. Time for statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Not, then let's move on to the agenda review. Do we have it? Yes.
I would like to ask that we have a special guest presenter today, Dr. Christina Hill, who's a UC Berkeley professor. And I would like to ask, especially now since we have started late, that her presentation be moved up to right after consent calendar. I think it's important that we all hear from her early on. Is that good with you?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. B
That's
nine,
item B9.
yes,
It's
B9
B9, yes.
will be moved to after the consent calendar. I mean,
Correct.
any other moves? Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, I wonder if we can move an item from the consent calendar off, U1A, the adoption of the resolution terminating declaration. Have some questions about what that all entails.
Okay, so item U1A has been taken off the consent calendar. Any other movements? If not, then we need a motion to approve I'm sorry. It's time for item Q, report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The closed session items. We had a number of items listed. Some of those we did not discuss. The item of the Diaz versus City of Richmond. The council unanimously gave direction to the city attorney in terms of negotiating settlement of that. And by the way, Councilmember Wills was not present for the closed session. Also, the item listed, which was is Hilltop, a litigation matter, Hilltop versus City of Richmond. On that item, again, we got the city attorney got direction from the city council concerning potential settlement negotiations. With regards to the real property items that are listed, which included the 1324 Canal Boulevard General Warehouse, and also the 45th Street, the Miraflores project. We ran out of time, so neither of those items were discussed. In terms of labor negotiations, we gave a staff report on the labor negotiations, and the council gave further direction to its negotiators to proceed with negotiations. But there was no other reportable action taken. So that concludes the closed session report.
Thank you. And now it's time for item R, report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community. We are pleased to report that we've coordinated with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to provide a mobile disaster recovery center in the Civic Center parking lot. Originally, FEMA was scheduled to be on site from Sunday, February 26th through Wednesday, March 1st. At this juncture, the location is at the Civic Center parking lot at Nevin Avenue between 24th and 25th Street. The purpose of the Disaster Recovery Center is to assist residents that were impacted by the December 2020 and January 2023 winter storms. However, due to the inclement weather conditions, the Disaster Recovery Center has ceased operations for yesterday and today to avoid having residents stand outside in the rain. FEMA plans to return on Wednesday, March 1st to resume services to residents. Please note that the City of Richmond staff continue to coordinate with Contra Costa County and FEMA, and if additional options for days are made available, we will certainly communicate that to the public as quickly as possible. There are other locations in Contra Costa County where residents may access services. Two of those locations are Community Presbyterian Church at 200 East Leland Road in Pittsburgh from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, March 2nd to March 4th. Second location is at 510 Lagonda Way in Danville, California from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily through March 1st and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily through March 16th. Please note that The second site in Danville will be closed on Sunday, March 5th and Sunday, March 12th. Applicants can complete submission of their information online through the website. The URL is disasterassistance.gov. Again, disasterassistance.gov. And you residents can also call 1-800-621-3362 for further information and application statuses. Again, that is 1-800-621-3362. And as always, Richmond residents should feel free to call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512 for further information. In addition, we'd like to remind our Richmond residents that there is free mattress drop-off available Wednesday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 101 Pittsburgh Avenue in Richmond. Please call us at 510-620-6512 if you have additional questions regarding this matter. And we want to remind residents that you can also have your box spring and other bulky items picked up at your home if you live in a single family home or duplex. Thank you.
I think the weather has been playing with us because immediately after the FEMA trailer left, the sun came out on both days. So I was wondering whether or not we might ask them to stay, but let people know that they are closed if the weather is inclement, and if the sun comes out, that they will be open.
We can certainly make that request, Mayor Martinez. We have been in contact with them, and we are trying to work through with Contra Costa County and FEMA to request additional days. As soon as we receive a response to that request, we will certainly communicate that to you and the council as well as the community.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you, City Manager, for the report and for the FEMA. This is really great. We talk about the vacancy report in your report, and I didn't hear it. So could you give us that report right now?
Councilmember Jimenez, I mentioned to you that we're in the process of trying to hire an HR manager. And to provide the information in the manner that you requested it with some specific fields. So staff is currently working on that. We do not have the information in the format that you requested. And also we think that it's important to provide a holistic report to the community. So we'll have to make sure that we remind them that we are in a state audit and that we have to complete a workforce analysis as part of the state audit. And the city is also currently bargaining with the bargaining units. And so we'll use all of that information to help inform the hiring moving forward as directed by the city council, both at mid-year and for fiscal year 23-24. So the vacancy report is one piece of data, but it certainly isn't representative of all the information that the city council and the community need to have informed information regarding the status of hiring in Richmond. You will hear later from our police chief. We've made really great progress in hiring in a number of our units. In public works, we have 5 PEs coming on board. We have fire and a fire academy that the city council approved at their last meeting. And we also have 10 folks in background in police, 5 officers, I believe, in the academy, and 7 or 5 that have been hired and 7 in the academy. So there's a lot of really great information to share. But we just want to make sure we do it in a thoughtful way. And so the weekly emails that I send out to the council, monthly emails that I will send out to the council, I'm happy to do that. But we don't yet have the capacity, again, to distribute the information in a holistic, transparent manner as the council's requested. As soon as that HR manager is hired, we will certainly do so.
All right. Item S, crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. Tonight, I will provide you with a brief overview of the crime trends that occurred during the month of February. So there were 62 assaults, 19 robberies, 10 sexual assaults, 27 burglaries, 123 thefts, and that number includes auto burglaries, 65 vehicle thefts, and 1 arson. In addition, our staff towed 185 vehicles, responded to 4 sideshows, responded to 143 vehicle collisions, and conducted 9 DUI investigations. There are a few significant investigations I'd like to highlight tonight. On February 15th, there was a major injury collision in the 3400 block of Richmond Parkway. This collision required us to call out our trained traffic investigators because of the seriousness of the injuries involved. The collision occurred when one of the drivers crossed over the center divide and struck another vehicle head on. The driver who was at fault for the accident suffered major trauma to her head, and there were 3 people in the other vehicle that was struck. All of the occupants suffered major trauma and 2 remain hospitalized, including an 8-month-old infant with a fractured skull. The next significant investigation occurred on February 17th in Crescent Park, and I sent you an email regarding this particular shooting, but I wanted to give a couple of highlights on it. So officers responded for reports of shots fired in the area. When they arrived, they located a 13-year-old victim who had a gunshot wound to her arm and thigh. Officers were also able to locate a vehicle that had collided into an apartment in the Crescent Park complex. The driver of that vehicle had a gunshot wound to her head. Neither of the victims appeared to be the intended targets of this shooting, and detectives are following up on some vague leads that they have. Luckily, both of those victims will survive their injuries. On February 18th, there was a fatal hit and run that occurred at 6:40 in the morning, in which a 29-year-old female was struck and killed by a vehicle. This was at Carlson, the intersection of Carlson and Cutting. She was likely in the crosswalk when she was struck, and at this time, we have no vehicle leads or suspect information. We do have old CCTV cameras in that area, but unfortunately, they do not work properly and did not capture usable video of this crime. I highlighted the traffic-related cases because we have a higher amount of traffic collisions in our city per capita than other cities our size. Also, we no longer have a standalone traffic unit due to staffing. We had to call in officers to investigate both of these significant traffic collisions on overtime, and these types of accidents take a significant amount of time and effort to investigate. So another highlight is related to some great work done by our investigations team. Last week, our SWAT team served a search warrant and arrested a 32-year-old female who was identified as a suspect in 7 robberies throughout the area, to include Richmond, El Cerrito, and Berkeley. Detectives worked with El Cerrito police detectives on this case, and they were able to recover firearms as well as evidence related to the robberies. And I will end on some positive news that the city manager kind of already touched upon, and that's that our personnel and training unit have been working extremely hard to fill our vacancies. So far this year, we've hired 8 police officers and 2 professional staff. Additionally, we will be starting 2 record specialists and 1 parking enforcement within the next couple of weeks. So even though we have a while to go to get to full staffing, things are looking up, and we're happy to add these new additions to our team. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Now it's time for item T, open forum for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I see that Councilmember Bona has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief French. Quick question. So the accidents that happened, is there any follow-up to find out how we can improve traffic safety with lighting, signing, anything?
So these 2 particular areas, I don't think lighting or signage were factors within for these particular collisions. I have a presentation a little bit later in which I'll be discussing the flock camera recommendation. And I do believe that the flock cameras will be able to help us with traffic safety.
Thank you.
All right, then shall we move on to T, open forum for public comment?
Okay, we currently have 3 hands raised. I would like to remind the speakers to please keep your comments respectful. The names of those speakers are Joseph Pulio, Jesse Teran, Mark Wasberg, and the list is growing, Deborah Baer, Tarnell Abbott. Joseph, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
No, you call me at a.
I'm sorry, you cut off.
Would you call me at the end of the public speakers? I'm in the middle of something.
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Pulio.
Thank you.
Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, so I'm Jesse Teran, and I'm a former resident.
Jesse, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, my phone didn't unmute. So I'm Jesse Teran. I'm a current resident of Richmond, former resident of Wrighton Road. And I was listening to the report, and the officer giving the report, Chief French, I think, she cited that the cameras that were supposed to be functioning to record the traffic incidents were broken, and that's why the investigations aren't going anywhere. And then she cited that the cost of hiring the special investigations unit. And it seems to me that if the cameras were functional, that she wouldn't have to hire a special investigations unit, because it wouldn't have to be investigated, because the information would be there. Or if there were more cameras, it would, certainly be less money than a special investigations unit. So what I'm wondering is if there's any plans to fix the cameras and to inspect the cameras that are already in place to make sure that all of the other cameras around Richmond are working. Because in the long run, it seems to me that that will save the city money if the traffic cameras are working, because you won't have to hire a team to do investigations of future traffic accidents. That just seems practical. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mark, you may begin. Okay, we'll go back to Mark. The next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. I want to echo what Jesse Teran said about the soccer fields, not about the soccer fields really, but I was impelled to speak because of the discussion about the presentation about FEMA, when you don't want people to stand in the rain and it's an emergency for people who had suffered, problems during the bad weather. And I thought, wait a minute, isn't not having a house, not having a shelter, an emergency all the time for those people? And why is there a double standard so that people can get help from FEMA? And the city is really concerned about that and is setting it up. And people who are chronically have this problem in their life, they don't count. And if someone can explain that to me, I'd really be interested in how do we focus that kind of attention that we give to our residents who are lucky enough to have a house, and then a roof falls in the hillside above them, or some other tree falls on them. I don't know what damage occurred during the bad weather, but we can't focus at all. We just throw up our hands on people who are not in shelter at all, even during this bad weather. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond. I've got a few things on my mind, and if I'm in the wrong order with some of these, please correct me. No problem. I do want to remind this body that there is a community plan for Point Melati that includes soccer fields, and it could be a huge benefit. Not only for our kids here in Richmond, but for kids coming from Marin County, coming from Berkeley. If we built soccer fields out there at the Park Point Melati, which we surely hope will happen someday, because we know the governor gave money in the budget for the East Bay Regional Park District to purchase that land back that was basically given away to Jim Levine years ago. So let's get it back into the public hands and let's make a nice soccer field for our kids there. Secondly, I want to remind this council that the library is the only educational institution that this city supports, and we're barely supporting it. And there aren't enough staff to even have it open on Saturdays. So it's almost impossible to call it a public library. And they also have not been able to purchase books since October of last year because someone did not renew the contract. So please make it a priority to look into this, as well as making the community room available to the public again. It's currently being used for storage. And that's just, it's not right. It should be considered part of the public asset. And it does need drapes. Well, you know, we can even hang up some really cheap ones ourselves if we need to. But let's get this library back on track for being a real public library. Hire a librarian for a library director. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Mark Wasberg. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me now?
Yes.
All right, there's no difference between the communist and a terrorist regime. You have no rights. You do not own no property. The government tells you what to do. They will put you in jail just for speaking out. The Taliban, Al-Qaeda, North Korea, China, Cuba, and don't worry, you'll get that Cuba off the terrorist list. Because we know Bernie Sanders came here to Richmond to rally for another communist regime called the RPA, who was standing with another head of the Communist Party, Miguel Glockland, when she was running for mayor. And that pedophile you got in the White House, Joe Biden, he's going to go along with it because he's a member of the Communist Party who was out there calling law enforcement the enemy when all these radicals would try to destroy our constitutional rights. Yeah, that's what the RPA is doing. This is what you got on the city council. This is what you got in Washington. But don't worry, that sex offender, Joe Biden, he'll take Cuba off the terrorist list. But it doesn't matter. They're still a communist. They're still going to violate your human rights. And this is amazing. And you people took a note to our constitutional laws and you stab it right in the fucking back. That's how two-faced you people are. And you want me to respect you son of a bitches on the city council? You got to be out of, quote, your fucking mind. I promise I wouldn't use any profanity, but when you get to the point when you're supporting a fucking communist regime and fucking terrorists, something's going to have to fucking give because we're going to buy all the weapons we can because people ain't fucking around with you people no more. We're getting sick and tired of you violating our First Amendment rights or any constitutional rights that you are doing. Hopefully Trump will get back into office and take care of the matter.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Joseph Pulio. Joseph, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This has to do with the city divesting itself for public right-of-ways. And it came up last week with 130 East Scenic. And I was driving out there and the fence proposed doesn't interfere with anything. And the city managers, the city attorney it does provide some public benefit. However, number 8, Western Drive, which will be coming up next week, doesn't present any public benefit. And I was thinking that the city council should consider something else the city attorney said. We can, or you can, allow a privatization, if you will, of the public right-of-way if rent is paid. And I think the city council should consider if they are going to allow the fence and parking spaces to continue, to charge rent to the homeowner. After all, he has 2 valuable protected off-street parking spaces plus an additional yard space. And there is no public benefit that I can see, but there is a private benefit, and the city should consider monetizing that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more hand raised during that last speaker's comments. Lisa Johnson, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, council members and Mayor Martinez. I just wanted to give a quick shout out. City Manager Curl mentioned and talked about the FEMA response in the city. And for taxpayers who aren't aware of it, in January, the IRS and California Tax Franchise Board extended the tax filing deadline for states hit hard with emergencies in December and January. So that included the state of California. So the tax deadlines were extended to May 15th. And then just yesterday, I believe, the feds extended that to October 16th. Now the state hasn't extended it yet to my knowledge, but I would encourage people who were impacted by the storms to reach out to a tax expert and find out when your payments and filings are actually due, but those extensions are there and meant to help the communities that were hard impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much. So that ends the public comment. Now it's time to consider the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve it minus U1A?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
I
Okay.
second.
Second from Councilmember Jimenez, moved by Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Okay. So let me.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can we, after the presentation, like B9, can we put like U1A after that? I think like it's timely important to have the discussion and just hear that. Is that okay?
Sure. I can make that alteration. Okay, so it's time for B9. The city clerk, can you read it into the record?
Yes, item B9 is to receive a presentation from Dr. Christina Hill, Associate Professor of Environmental Planning and Urban Design and Director of the Institution of Urban and Regional Development at UC Berkeley, to further our understanding of the latest science regarding sea level rise and its impact on our city.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I can frame the item if you like.
Please.
Okay, so as mentioned by our city clerk, Dr. Christina Hill is a professor of environmental planning and urban design and director of the Institute of Urban and Regional Development at UC Berkeley. Her background is in geology, landscape planning, and ecology. And her PhD dissertation was on how to handle uncertainties in mapping, which serves her well and serves us well in the study of sea level rise. She studies changes in environmental conditions as a result of urbanization and climate change and develops urban design approaches, infrastructure strategies, and habitat conservation strategies. Now in Richmond, as we all know, we have 32 miles of shoreline, and it's essential we look ahead as the scientific data examines the acceleration of sea level rise. And just as a reminder to those of us that were here back on April 20th of 2021, myself and Mayor Martinez, who was then a council member, brought an item to the city council, which was a presentation from Dr. Hill. So this will be our second opportunity to hear from her. We also, in April of 2021, unanimously passed a resolution which resolved that all new scientific information will be verified and incorporated into our climate action plan. So I will be turning this over in a second to Dr. Hill, but I do want to state that this presentation will further our understanding of the challenges that are to come in regard to sea level rise and its impact on our shoreline, on our city, on our community. And it's so important for us to think ahead because we need to start building a sustainable and healthy future. And, you know, this kind of information is critical to that. And the final thing I want to say before we get Dr. Hill to begin her presentation is, and this is a request of you, Mr. Mayor, some community members have asked if after we hear from Dr. Hill that we can go directly to the public speakers because they have some comments that they want to share with us as well, and then bring it back to the council for discussion and questions. So would that be okay to first hear the presentation, then the public comments, then the council discussion?
I'm good with that.
Oh, good. Okay. So with that, Dr. Hill, thank you for being here and look forward to your sharing your information with us.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin and Mayor Martinez for having me. I appreciate the invitation. I know you're all busy, so I'll keep this as brief as I can and try to be to the point about what's changing and what might be particularly important for the city of Richmond. Are those slides showing up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to start by talking a little bit about what the state has been recommending for guidance about how communities can plan for sea level rise. One of the important things that we've learned in our state from looking around the world is that the Dutch have been planning for sea level rise since 2009. This was Rotterdam's, an illustration from Rotterdam's Water Plan 2.0 in 2009. So they must have started sometime around 2000 in this process. So they're planning for a combination of sources of flooding. And I'll start with sea level rise, but I'll come back to groundwater, which is the arrow coming up from below. I want to remind everybody that we're already essentially on a new planet because there's so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that we've never seen this amount of carbon dioxide in the past since human beings have been called human beings. And there's no way to take all of that out. So the consequence of it is going to be that we'll see a rise in sea level, even if we stopped emitting all of the CO2 today. So this is an irreversible impact now. The state in 2018 issued guidance to California communities that suggested that if a community was making a permanent high value investment, they should consider this high red or orange line on this graph and the possibility that sea level could rise to something around 0.5 foot to almost 2 feet by 2040. And up to 2.5 feet by 2050. And that if people were making a low cost temporary investment, it would be okay to use the low range of sea level rise. So that's how the state tried to help people cope with the uncertainty about this in 2018. And we're continuing to learn about what's happening with melting glaciers in Antarctica and in Greenland, which sounds far away, but it's going to have a very strong local impact. And as we look at new research, we're learning from probes that have been dropped below the ice. So this is an image of a camera in a remotely operated submarine vehicle that's dropped through a drilled hole in the ice and then examines the ice below in the ocean to try to understand what's happening to the glaciers. So it's a new tool, and we've gotten new research results in the last couple of years. And this kind of busy slide is from one of my colleagues who's been doing that research. And what they have found is that a very important glacier known as Thwaites Glacier is losing its grip on what they call the seamount. So they expect to see this glacier come loose from its moorings on the rock around 2030. And if that happens, because it's highly fractured and melting quite a bit from below, if that happens, then we're going to see higher rates of sea level rise. So people around the world are watching this particular glacier. It's like the cork in the bottle. If this glacier lets go, a lot of other ice will melt. And it could take a couple hundred years, but we're headed for about 10 feet of sea level rise. If this glacier does let loose. And we should know that within 8 years or less. So the new news about sea level rise is that in the next 30 years, we expect it to rise about a foot, which is about as much as it rose in the last 100 years. So it's clearly getting faster. We're going to see a foot in 30 years instead of over 100 years. Between 2050 and 2100, we could still see a rise to between 6 and 10 feet. That's still a possibility. And if the Thwaites Glacier is released from its mooring on the rock, then we're more likely to be 6 feet and above. So that's the new news. And there's some good news and some bad news, but the overall picture is that sea level is rising and there's no way to stop it. So the seriousness of this problem becomes really apparent when we look at the maps. So Richmond has a lot of vulnerability to sea level rise. This map shows where the tidal marshes and mudflats were in Richmond before it was developed in its current form. The darker brown areas are tidal marshes and mudflats. And you can see the current location of Point Richmond, the Harbor Channel, and Point Isabel on this map. All of that area that used to be tidal marsh and mudflat is likely to be impacted by sea level rise. This is a map from BCDC, the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, where they're sharing information that they have about where they think flooding will occur. And as I said, we're now expecting to get to 10 feet of sea level rise eventually. This map shows about 9 feet, and it shows all the areas that would flood when we reach 9 feet of sea level rise. I shouldn't say if, because it's going to happen at some point. This is an area that's particularly vulnerable along the south shoreline. This is known as the Liquid Gold site. It's one of the Superfund sites along the south shoreline of Richmond. That's Hoffman Marsh behind it on the right, and 580 directly behind it on the back, and the Panhandle neighborhood behind that. I wanted to show you on a map what we expect to see happen at that site alone. With 1 foot of sea level rise, there'll be permanent standing water on the area within the boundary of the Superfund site. With 2 feet, there would be more permanent standing water. With 3 feet, the site would probably begin to come apart as waves and tides start to erode it. And what's concerning about that, of course, is that this is contaminated soil. So we're concerned about the impact on the bay, But also, if you notice on this map, the blue area extends across the highway into the Panhandle neighborhood. So we're concerned about the impact that exposure and erosion of the marsh with its hazardous chemicals underneath, how they might migrate at high tide into a residential area. That's just the sea level rise component of the problem, and it's clearly serious for that southern part of Richmond. Now, I mentioned that the Dutch have also looked at rising groundwater, and that's what I'd like to talk about briefly next. Groundwater in California is often thought of as a scarce resource because we talk about it in terms of the Central Valley and not having enough for irrigation when we're in a drought phase. But I'm talking about a different kind of groundwater. I'm talking about the very shallowest groundwater that if you dig down at the beach, that's what you find in the sand. It's very shallow. It comes from rain. It actually accumulates in the soil after it rains and is quite high seasonally after a rainstorm. And the freshwater groundwater originates from rain and flows towards the bay. Underneath that is saltwater groundwater. And as the tide rises and falls, that pushes freshwater groundwater up towards the surface. And as the ocean rises with sea level rise, that will push freshwater groundwater up towards the surface. We're talking about groundwater that exists between the soil particles, and the top of that groundwater is called the water table. You may have heard that term used, the water table. It's just the top of that saturated zone in the soil, sometimes right below the surface. And this image from the American Public Works Association just shows a camera image of how groundwater enters sewer pipes and storm sewers, sanitary sewers and storm sewers. And when the water enters those pipes, it can block the function of the pipe. So the pipe can't carry rainwater away because it's already full of water leaking into it from groundwater. So that's a serious impact on infrastructure as groundwater begins to rise. And that can happen within the first few inches of groundwater rise, that we start to see an impact on underground infrastructure. I have this cartoon that kind of shows how those impacts add up. The light blue shows fresh groundwater. The dark blue shows salty groundwater underneath. And you can see the cartoon has a levee and a pipe, a road and a creek bed, and it has a parking lot with contaminated sediment underneath. We've often capped contaminated sediments rather than removing them, which made sense in the 1980s. But doesn't make as much sense anymore because now we know that groundwater is rising. So let me show you what kinds of things are going to happen. First, that groundwater is going to enter underground pipes, and it's going to begin to intersect with the contaminated sediment in the soil with just the first few inches of change. This is a possibility. It'll lead to more creek flows, so higher flows in creeks. It'll eventually create surface flooding and mobilize those contaminants underground. And this is all happening even though a levee is shown in the cartoon. So even if communities around the Bay Edge build levees, the groundwater will rise behind those levees, and we could find ourselves having spent billions of dollars for a shoreline protection system that doesn't actually prevent us from flooding because groundwater will come up from below and from the sides. And this is already beginning to happen in some places around the Bay Edge. This is on Marina Boulevard in San Leandro, where salt water is mixing with freshwater groundwater and coming up through holes in maintenance covers near the shoreline area. So that's groundwater coming up at high tide. So Richmond also has vulnerability to rising groundwater. This map is shared at the Our Coast, Our Future map viewer, and it shows U.S. Geological Survey's modeling of depth to groundwater around the whole California coast. And in this case, the red, orange, and yellow are concerning because it shows groundwater is already shallow in much of Richmond, and it's between 6 feet and 0 feet of the surface during the wet season. So today, for example, it's been pretty wet over the last few weeks, as we all know, and groundwater probably is very shallow in these areas that are red, orange, or yellow, and it's farther down where it's purple. With 20 inches of sea level rise, we'd see an increase in the area that is orange and yellow. And with a meter of sea level rise, about 40 inches, we would see a further increase. So we're starting to see emergent groundwater and groundwater that is so close to the surface that it's effectively saturating the soil, which will have an impact on underground infrastructure, potentially mobilizing some contaminants that are in the soil, and changing earthquake shaking risks for structures in these areas that have rising groundwater. The other interesting thing, at least to me, I hope to you also, about Richmond's geology is that there are old river channels that came down from the hills. That's what I'm showing here in this kind of pinkish purple color. And those old riverbeds, dating back thousands of years, carry a lot of groundwater more quickly to the shoreline. And these white circles are showing where that faster moving groundwater may actually rise sooner. So all of these areas at the ends of these fingers of the old riverbeds have a slightly elevated risk of high groundwater causing serious problems within the next 30 years. And then contamination of the soil, of course, is a serious health concern for people and for the bay. We've made some new maps that show where the contaminated sites are over groundwater that is going to be rising. And not all of these sites are dangerous that I've marked here in black. Some of them have no contamination left, but all of these black dots should be investigated to confirm that they're not a hazard. So what we're trying to do with this map is show all of the possible sites. And just in the city of Richmond, there are more than 200 possible sites that should be investigated to determine whether, as groundwater rises, there may be risks to human health as well as the bay. I wanted to show you an example of a zone we've been looking at with my graduate students over the last few years. This zone includes the Richmond Field Station, which of course belongs to my institution, UC Berkeley. It shows the AstraZeneca site, it shows the Blair landfill, and it shows the liquid gold site. And these red circles at the beginnings of these pink arrows, these are all monitoring wells where contaminants have been detected recently or in the past. And these pink lines show the flow directions of the contaminants. If they were flowing, this is the direction that they would flow in. Across the Richmond Field site, to parcels off of that site, across the Zeneca site and through this light industrial neighborhood to the east, and from the Blair landfill site to Baxter Creek, and from the liquid gold site to Baxter Creek. So we're drawing these lines to try to show how contamination on one site can become an issue for an adjacent site. And one of the primary dynamics that we're concerned about is that if some contaminants called volatile organic compounds get into sewer pipes, the gas component of that contaminant can enter buildings, workplaces, schools, and residences through cracked seals in older plumbing fixtures like toilets that haven't been updated and would allow gases to come into the house from the sewer. If you look at this part of the map I've circled in white, these black dashed lines are sewer lines. And if the contaminants are flowing from the Zeneca site, then we would see potential risks of contamination in the sewer lines that could spread to all these buildings here marked in white that are uphill of the points where the contaminants flow across the sewer lines. So that's the kind of thing we're concerned about throughout Richmond, not just in the South Shoreline area, that as groundwater rises and contaminants begin to flow, we may see new sources of human health risks. So we know in conclusion that Richmond faces some significant risks to health, the environment, buildings and infrastructure as a result of rising sea level and rising groundwater. And that adds up to a risk to the property tax base for coastal cities, not just Richmond, but many cities around the Bay, and potentially to a city's bond rating if no adaptation plans are made. The risk there is that if your bond rating goes down, you have to borrow at a higher rate, higher interest rate, and might have a lower cap to potential borrowing. So capacity for adaptation can actually go down at the time when a community needs to be able to borrow to adapt. The other big issue for thinking about the fiscal component of this is that if the debt repayment period for an investment in roads or buildings or parks, if the debt repayment period exceeds the useful life of that asset, then that's money essentially down the drain because it won't be available to pay for new adaptation measures. So it's very, very important for decision makers like a city council or city manager to consider the debt repayment period in relation to the useful life of an asset as sea level rises. And then I wanted to end on a little bit of a hopeful note. There are cities that have succeeded for hundreds of years in high groundwater zones, like the city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where canals basically function to draw groundwater out of the surrounding blocks and allow people to live for longer in an area where groundwater is rising. But it's a different way of doing development. It requires some change in thinking. And the new idea for the Dutch, this is their 600-year-old idea, their new idea is to build floating structures attached to piers that allow people, this is actually an affordable housing development in Amsterdam called Steiger Island, and it allows people to live in a zone where the water is very high and live with appropriate structures for things like earthquakes, as well as for flooding. And the motto the Dutch are using is that they want to live with higher water, not try to block it all out. And that's a reasonable motto for the whole Bay Area to think about. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say, I think there are ways to protect the safety of people in Richmond, support a high quality of life, and conserve the value of public and private assets. But that has to begin with smart investments in relation to areas we know are vulnerable. We need to invest in places that are less vulnerable, and then make an adaptation plan, identify pathways that allow us to make multiple steps over time. This is going to require multiple phases of adaptation to get to 9 or 10 feet of sea level rise over what might be 80 years and might be a couple hundred years. And then to prepare at contaminated sites by excavating or treating soils before they get wet, and investigating all of those 200 plus sites to identify which ones might present the greatest risks to people in Richmond. And with that, I'll close. Thank you again for inviting me to speak.
Thank you. So do we have any questions? Yes, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Mr. Mayor, you had said you agreed to let the public speak first because they have some comments that will help,
Yes, thank you.
our discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so then let's open the public comment.
Okay, we currently have 3 hands raised. The first hand is Mark Wasberg, Jesse Turan, Paul Carmen, and the list is growing, Stuart Flashman, Jamin Purcell, and Tarnell Abbott. Mark Wasberg, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this sounds like a horror movie. I mean, she's more worried about the groundwater coming up from the ground than the ocean's going to swallow up Richmond and San Francisco in about a couple hundred years. I mean, this is hard. This is hard to believe. You know, I mean, who really cares what's going to happen in a couple hundred years? Because we won't be around here anyway. You know, when she started talking about the money, all it is a scam to raise the taxes. That's what they're going to do. They're going to start raising your taxes, your property tax. Eventually, Chevron's going to move out because the taxes be so high. It's a con game. That's all it is. I mean, face it. You people are gonna have to realize this is what governments do. I like to know how much money they paid this Dr. Doomsday for coming on the city council, coming on here and scaring the people half to death and say, well, you're going to be underwater in another 80 years. Like I say, who cares? Eat and drink, tomorrow we die. All right. So like I say, you're really going to have to look at this stuff. I think this is a big con game by the RPA just to hire, just to get your more taxes and to scare you people and all this global warming stuff. All right. Sure. Richmond and San Francisco will probably be underwater another couple of 100 years, but hell, we ain't going to be around. So like I say, enjoy it while you can. But don't let the city council sit in their BS you try to make this some type of horror thing that your house is going to be underwater and everybody's going to drown. Then you got to move up to higher ground and it won't be no room there. So everybody's just going to start drowning. I yield my time. This is a bunch of crap.
And the next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Jessie Turan. I'm a Richmond resident. And I know that with regard to the groundwater and to soil detoxification, that there are agricultural means of ameliorating the future problems. Such sunflowers have been used in the land around Chernobyl to rid the soil of radioactive waste. There's also certain algae. And I'm wondering if there could possibly be some test research projects, such as at the Berkeley Field Station, to use those agricultural means to get rid of these toxins in the soil. And then if they seem to be doing the job, if those could be extended to other places around Richmond as well. I'm sure that there are other means of detoxification too. It's just I'm more familiar with the sunflowers, algae, and mushrooms, I believe was the third. And I believe charcoal as well. So I was wondering if the doctor knew anything about that and what she would recommend as far as that goes, and if she might have contacts at UC Berkeley who are more involved with researching those things, because I know soil depletion and soil toxicity are both big issues, especially to Richmond. Also, I'm wondering why AstraZeneca has never been held accountable for poisoning our land. Because it seems to me like they should foot the bill for a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Carmen. Paul, please unmute yourself, then you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to thank Dr. Hill for a wonderful presentation. And I especially want to thank her for her contributions to giving the Department of Toxic Substance Control. She's given them pause to the development at AstraZeneca. She's played a major role in that, and it's a sensible thing to do to get that site cleaned up completely before housing's built there. But I think the main moral of the story here is that the city's planning department, there's all sorts of housing projects along the shoreline. There's 5 or 6 of them that can't get off the ground, and most of them are related to sea level rise. And it's time for the city to focus their housing to meet the housing element numbers, to focus on infill sites and inner city housing projects, and stop focusing all their energy on the shoreline for housing. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stuart Flashman. Stuart, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Stuart Flashman, and I'm an attorney. I've been representing a number of community groups on the AstraZeneca site in terms of trying to ensure that that site gets fully cleaned up before anything else is done with it. And I would urge the city to take another look at the development agreement that the prior council committed the city to, which does have an escape clause for threats to human health and safety. And frankly, the combination of sea level rise and groundwater rise on that site, the AstraZeneca site, is in fact a major threat to health and safety, not only at that site where the developer wants to put up to 4,000 units of housing, but on the adjoining sites, because what's going to happen as the sea level and groundwater rise, because they're planning to cap that site with a pretty much impermeable concrete cap. And when you block anything from moving up with the groundwater and seawater moving up from the ground, it's going to move to the side. And that means that the toxics that are on that site right now, and particularly the volatile organic compounds, are going to move to the adjacent properties, which means that those properties are going to be contaminated, and the bay is going to be contaminated, and the marsh is going to be contaminated. So it doesn't make any sense to be moving forward as DTSC has proposed and as the developer wants to do. We need to get out of that development agreement and start looking at something that would give us a full cleanup of the site, rather than the risky proposal that DTSC has committed itself to. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. Thank you, Dr. Hill, for a great presentation. There's so much to cover and so little time, but yes, let's think about 7 generations forward who will be here, or even my own grandchildren who will be here, and then hopefully within the next 50 or 60 years anyway. So the Zeneca site is not the only one. It's a major one. It's the most complicated one. It's one of the worst, or the worst, in the state of California. It cannot be cleaned up using the biological control methods that have been thrown out now and again. It's got more than 100 different chemicals of concern or toxic chemicals that are intermixed. So nobody actually even really knows what will be the result of the mixture of all of those different chemicals. Arsenic, lead, PCBs, everything on the A to Z list that you want to think about that's on the banned list, or the worst of the worst, is in there. And there's 500,000 cubic yards of it. And yes, AstraZeneca should be held accountable for cleaning it up. They are the responsible party. They have done their best legal maneuvering to avoid having to clean it up, which includes it's the reason it is not currently on a Superfund list is because they agreed to do a voluntary cleanup, and the voluntary cleanup that is being proposed is inadequate, and the city really is going to have to take the DTSC to task to follow through with their new guidelines about hazardous waste sites that are on areas that will be.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Visa K, followed by Jamin Purcell, Tony Sustak, and Alfredo Angelo. Visa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, I'm Vesico Malayan. I am a lifelong Richmond resident. I just kind of want to offer a rebuttal to, I believe it's Professor Hill. I want to alleviate some of this alarmist theory where glaciers are melting. There's a difference between glaciers and floating ice. That's why we call it the Arctic Sea. And the Antarctica is on land. You can melt Arctic Sea. It will not raise the sea level. Put an ice cube in a glass of water, it won't spill over. So, and even now, as we speak, the Sierra and many others are adding to the glacier pack, which is actually depreciating the sea level. And so here we go with this natural cycle. I saw your graphics. We go from 3 feet to 10 feet. And I'm more on the line, I agree with some increase, but I'm more on the line with inches. So let's not go spend $1 billion for something that might just be inches. So that's what I got to say. You got anything to say back to me, feel free to please do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. First, I would like to thank Dr. Hill, and I would like to thank Vice Mayor McLaughlin for making sure that we had this presentation. Having come from Alaska, I have seen glaciers that were there in my childhood that are no longer present, and we are already losing some of the permafrost, which is releasing more held gases that are being released into the atmosphere, and further increasing the threat that we are facing. But here in Richmond, this is why this is so important, is because where we often build our housing for low income and for people of color is on these toxic waste sites. They do inadequate cleanups. They do slapdash jobs. A similar situation to what they were trying to do at AstraZeneca happened in New Orleans with the Gordon Plaza, where a number of families were found to have been exposed to toxic chemicals that they were not informed of. And we have a number of communities that are actually right adjacent to these toxic waste sites. Crescent Park is one of them. We don't have adequate knowledge about what is in these what is in the soil because we don't do soil testing. And with Chevron, we as well have had multiple different times where it's released, where it does releases, and we don't know what the contamination, how far it goes away from these individual sites. And as we are continuing to have sea levels rise, these chemicals and these the VOCs and such are going to continue to disseminate into our soil. And simple things like putting coals and stuff like that to neutralize the acidity is just not enough. We need to know what's in the soil. Please push for testing.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Tony Sestak. Tony, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Dr. Hill, I can absolutely assure you that your check is in the mail. I have to give the corporate interests who have worked so assiduously at confusing the issues around climate change, catastrophic climate change, sea level rise, so that even people who are really kind of smart have gotten really confused about these issues, have been misled. So for example, the gentleman who spoke before me, yeah, the Antarctic ice is on a landmass. When that ice melts, unlike the ice cube, which is already in the water, that ice is then going to become water added to the ocean. It isn't going to be static in a way like the ice at the North Pole, which is already floating on the water. Again, I think one takeaway for those of us in Richmond who will really be unable to confront the corporate titans who are pushing this misinformation is to add a piece in the city charter to the code that says, if you build on the shoreline, the future taxpayers of the city of Richmond and the future city councils will have no responsibility for any losses you incur if what people are predicting here is true. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Alfredo Angulo. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and Dr. Hill. My name is Alfredo Angulo. I am a member of the Richmond community and an organizer with the Crescent Park Healthy Environment Project. I would first like to thank you, Dr. Hill, for sharing your expertise with us and all the research that you lead at UC Berkeley. Go Bears. This presentation was very enlightening. We know here in Richmond we know that Richmond, like all coastal cities, is going to be affected by sea level rise in very dangerous ways, like you spoke to. And I think one of the really important things that we need to add to this matrix is the fact that Richmond has a deep history of chemical manufacturing and industrial pollution. And what that means is, as Dr. Hill spoke to, is that a lot of our already vulnerable community members are at risk of being exposed to these toxic chemicals that historically we've just tried to cap and get rid of or outright ignore. And with these more common storms, it's more common in areas around Baxter Creek that these drains will back up and overflow, and if the toxic groundwater is mixing into Baxter Creek, what that means is that, again, during these storms, that pollution is going to find its way into our backyards and closer to our homes. Chemicals that we know zero amount of exposure is safe for humans, regardless of whether or not you live close to the shoreline, regardless of whether or not you live close to these sites. And I would really ask the city council to prioritize the community's health and consider putting an end to housing developments along the shoreline, particularly developments on top of toxic waste sites, like the proposed development on the Zeneca toxic waste site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Okay, now it is, I close public hearing and it's time for questions and answers. Comments from the council. I see that Councilmember Bana has her hand up. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Very interesting information. I have many questions. Just one important one about the old riverbeds. I didn't get the significance of those, and also where they end. Is it the issue of elevation? Oh, what's significant about them?
So the groundwater coming down from the hills can move really easily in the sorted gravels of those old riverbeds. So it's almost like a pipe carrying water faster and in greater quantity to the shoreline. And when it comes to the fill, it backs up because the fill isn't as permeable. So we should see higher groundwater at the end of those old riverbeds than we would see immediately adjacent to them.
So it's actually their level with respect to they're at the lower level, like a natural pipe already.
Yeah, they're like a natural pipe carrying
Okay.
more groundwater to the end of them. And then it gets backed up when it hits the fill.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
As brief as possible. Just thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's really important information to share with the city, with everyone, with city council members, because we have to make, kind of decisions about developments that are going to be impacted by, what's happening with climate and what's happening with sea level rise. And then just for people who live here, so they can begin to hear these things and process the changes that are coming. I wanted to say, I wondered if you knew about any other changes besides the changes that DTSC announced recently to their rules, having to do with building code or development that would take into consideration some of the things that you're bringing to light around, building along the shoreline, as well as building best practices on building on contaminated sites. Like, for instance, you said, what we have been doing is capping and thinking all is well, but this really changes that. And I wonder if you know of kind of changes to agency rules around that.
The only other regulatory change that I'm aware of is that the San Francisco Bay Area Water Board has now required companies and cities that manage landfills in the coastal zone to look at how rising groundwater might affect landfills. But I think we're still waiting to see how building code might be affected. There is a serious risk that salinity in groundwater could cause foundations to corrode faster. And that's something that's come up in discussions of the Surfside condominium collapse that happened near Miami. So we're concerned that the lifetime of infrastructure and building foundations is going to be shorter in a more saline environment. And Oakland Airport, actually the whole port of Oakland, is doing a study now of how that might occur. So hopefully we'll all learn from the study that that the port's going to conduct.
Thank you. Just one other comment, and that is, I think it's a really important educational activity for everyone who lives in Richmond to take a trip to the EPA site to look at the ground, to look at the brownfield and Superfund sites that exist in Richmond, so people understand how many sites that we have, and that's not even just contaminated sites, but those are the, kind of Superfund and designated brownfield sites, and how many possibilities for this kind of impact there are, and I would really love to work with our city manager and everything to have a better understanding of those sites and a better plan on how to deal with them. Besides, and then just to understand better their current status. I say that because, I just had a meeting with DTSC last week to talk about just what you were talking about, which is the possibility of a contaminated site, moving that contamination across the city pretty far, possibly through broken sewer lines, to contaminate other sites downstream along the Baxter Creek, kind of corridor. And then having the possibility of those contaminants coming up through the OCs into people's homes. And that's alarming. It's shocking. I wonder how much we don't know, and how much is happening already, if that's already happening and it's been known for over a decade. So just leave that comment there, because I know we have a lot on the agenda. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to thank Dr. Hill for another wonderful presentation that gives us so much to contemplate and think about and plan for. I do want to say the district that I represent in Richmond is District 5, which is in the south area. You mentioned the Panhandle Annex, Crescent Park was mentioned, of course, the Annex, and even Marina Bay and other areas in District 5. I mean, all of District 5 is very close to the South Shoreline and all the concerns about that, including the contaminated sites and how they can impact the health of our community. So I'm really, really grateful to you for doing such great work here and sharing it with your students and having them learn. And this is what we need. We need new generations to understand this. I know Councilmember Robinson just asked about other regulatory agencies, and I don't know if this is exactly what is an agency that would be making regulations, but I did get an email today, and maybe others did as well, from BCDC, and they're collecting data and doing outreach in terms of environmental justice for shoreline resiliency. So there might be some connections with them getting it and strengthening some of their regulations. I hope so anyway. And I also wanted to mention, you touched on this in your presentation about how the economics of this is something we should consider, because I remember always someone that I had a lot of respect for, who has passed on. I used to always say the environment is the economy. And what he meant by that was that, if we don't care about the environment and do what's right, we're only going to have more money to put out there in the future to address the harm that has been done to the environment. And of course, the harm that is done to people is just, a huge beyond money type concern. It's just a human rights concern. But also some people may sue the city. So there's liability concerns if we don't address the environmental sea level rise that we know is coming. So I want to thank you very much for this. I do want to say, and I do see another hand up that the mayor will want to call on, but to end my comments, I want to ask the city manager if we could put Dr. Hill's presentation with her notes. I know she requested this, that we could put her presentation and her notes included, because what she expressed on the slides as we went through them was really important. So if we could put that perhaps on our website, maybe on the environmental page, we have a list of all the environmental things we're doing, including our climate action plan. So, okay, so thank you. Maybe Dr. Hill, you could send me this, because this is a different presentation with all your notes, so I could then pass it on to the city manager. So,
yes.
Okay, so thank you again. Just really appreciate your hard work.
Thanks. I'd be happy to do that and provide it with the notes.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hill, for coming again and with a much nicer chair this time to do your presentation and not get interrupted. So I really enjoyed your presentation. It's eye-opening to know, and is a tool for us to really, in the decision-making process that we are here in the city council, to know what we can do and what we should not be doing, or what we need to do differently. These scenarios that you have is like, sometimes it's like the horror scenarios, and sometimes I feel like, well, communities like Richmond and other communities will need a lot of resources to really start doing some of these changes and some of these planning. What are like the funding or grant sources that you can see that Richmond can seek for, that you see like in your research, you see like, well, states coming up with this new thing, so we can start thinking about how we go and seek for funding, because this will require money that unfortunately we don't have it here, but we want to see what opportunities are, and if you know about it, it would be great to know.
Yeah, that's a great question. I know that the city of Alameda has recently acquired FEMA grants and is applying for money from EPA. And that city has a fair amount of resources on their own, but because they're acting early, they're getting in line for federal monies, which I would recommend to any city, that you start early and start building relationships with these potential federal agency funders. And I know that the Strategic Growth Council has recently given an award to Richmond. I hope that's the beginning of grant awards that would help the city make plans.
Any particular kind of in the FEMA or that you kind of like tell us with more detail? Or?
I would highly recommend that folks talk to a woman named Danielle Mueller, who's the sustainability director for the city of Alameda, who's been quite successful in winning grants. And I know that she'll help.
Thank you. Are you finished, Councilmember Jimenez? Okay, Councilmember Cepeda.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Great presentation, very eye-opening, and I echo my other colleagues as well. I was going to ask about federal funding and partnering with the state as well, because this is not a Richmond issue. This has to be a partnership with California and with the feds. Also, immediately, I think we should start working with our transportation commissions and committees around the area, with TAC, et cetera, because with the sea level rising, Port Richmond, for example, in District 2 would be greatly affected because their egress is going to be Highway 580, which could potentially be underwater, which is, I believe it's like 1 or 3 inches of water rising. So that will be their way to get out. We had joked before about giving everyone a kayak, but it's not really funny when you actually have to exit in an emergency. So just want to put it out there. I think we should be working with the California, with the feds, and with our transportation agencies to help our residents being able to have a safe egress should any emergency happen and if the water continues to rise. So thank you for the presentation. Look forward to getting some more next time. Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank you for sharing your information with the city of Richmond. As you know, our environmental action plan is a living document, and the information that you've provided needs to become part of that document, and it needs to inform how we're going to move forward. Looking at the maps, I noticed that a lot of Richmond was mudflats and therefore landfill and subject to groundwater rise and possibly being subject to necessary canals or some sort of remediation in order to continue using the land. Looking at the maps, it seems to extend from North Richmond to Iron Triangle, through Atchison Village, Victory Village, Santa Fe, Coronado, all areas that needs to be redeveloped, but knowing that it's going to possibly be impacted by sea level rise, we need to start reimagining how we're going to redevelop those areas. Would you agree with my summation?
Yes, I would. And I think it's important to look for less expensive strategies also. And there may be ways to help keep the groundwater table manageable and lower without doing the canals, which could be expensive and disruptive to roadways. For example, cracked sewer pipes, not sanitary sewers, but storm sewers, might actually become an asset if we put pumps on the downhill end. So there may be some ways to use our problems as part of the solution. And I think Richmond could really pioneer and innovate some of that and be a leader for the region.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, any other questions? If not, then thank you so much. And we're looking forward to using the information that you've provided to make Richmond a safer, more attractive place for people to live. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak to you all. I'm happy to work with anyone who would like some more information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So earlier during public comment, there was a person who had their hand up and their hand is still up, Rolanda Wilson. I would like to give Rolanda the opportunity to speak now since we ignored her during open forum. So my apologies, Rolanda. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor Martinez. And I want to thank the City Council for your support, your continued support with the American Red Cross. So I am here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the City of Richmond and just wanted to emphasize a couple of things. So this year, once again, our remarkable family of volunteers, donors, and partners, and our employees stepped up in allowing us to deliver critical services to people facing disasters, such as home fires that displace a single family or floods and fires, excuse me, that affects hundreds and thousands of the Red Cross. Red Cross brings comfort and hope to so many. And today, our work is powered by 90% volunteers, along with community partners and people trained in vital health and safety skills. Their actions provide hope every day. So whether we're rushing to the aid after a disaster, we're supporting a military family through challenges of their service, or just rolling up our sleeves to give the gift of life, Red Cross is here to serve. So in addition, we do wanted to highlight that we partnered with the Richmond Fire Department on our Sound the Alarm event. During that event, we made 42 homes safer, we helped 151 residents, and we installed 149 smoke alarms, of which 23 of those residents were over 65 years old and 41 were youth. So we provided the fire department with the fire department suppression crews with smoke alarms and educational materials, and they installed on a weekly basis into the communities where they saw that there was a need. So your proclamation will highlight some of the activities that Red Cross and our partners performed in 2022. And we do look forward in the future of partnering with the Red Cross, with the fire department, and understand that the Red Cross is further committed to building our capacity to respond to the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. Our community counts on the American Red Cross for help every day, and supporting our community is at the heart of all that we do. So again, on our behalf, we would like to thank you for honoring us.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And it's really a shame that we have to put so many items on the consent calendar, but we have so much information to consider. And I thank you for taking the time to highlight Red Cross Month, because it's something that is so important to the community. So once again, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Now it's time to move to the next item. We had U1A, which was pulled from the consent calendar, and it's something that should be taken now. So City Clerk, can you read it into the record?
Yes, item 1A, U1A is to adopt a resolution terminating the declaration of the existence of a local emergency in response to COVID-19 pandemic, consistent with Government Code Section 8630D.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think this, as you know, this was going to be on the consent calendar. Let me just give a brief summary. I assume there's some questions that people want to get into, but this has to do with our the emergency. Basically, was declared as the COVID emergency. The governor declared the emergency. It's been March 17th, 2020. The proclamation provided the number of changes to law due to the emergency. The circumstances that caused the emergency have significantly abated. And so the governor back in October declared that wanted to give a lot of lead time. So declared that on February 28th, the emergency would be over. And corresponding with that, Contra Costa County on February 7th voted to terminate effective the 28th, so the same day as the governor's order, the county emergency. So we had this on the agenda for the city to take a parallel action. And I know that the council's talked about starting back with our in-person meetings, but this was pulled, and I think I got an email that there were some questions about how the ending of the emergency could affect other issues in the city. We checked into a couple things. I think one of the issues was the rent moratorium that would end 60 days after the end of the emergency. So the resolution that has been prepared, we believe that the adoption of that resolution would in 60 days cause the end of the moratorium. I think there was another matter that was raised in the email, which had to do with the zoning administrator and some actions there. But again, I'm just seeing these emails, so maybe I'll end there, and you can tell me if that answers your question, or you have other questions that have come up.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, so I am very in favor of getting back to in-person meetings. I also feel like this resolution is a little incomplete because when we
A little in what?
little incomplete.
Incomplete, okay.
Because when we think about all the things that are affected by returning to businesses as normal, as usual, I feel like we need to do a little bit of work. That was a pretty big change in business as usual. And we kind of need to do a little bit of work to think through a bridge, to make sure people know to, kind of put things in order. I think also to consider some of the benefits of not having in-person meetings and how much more public participation in councils and commissions and other things that have happened. How so many non-traditional people with kids have been able to participate where they wouldn't be able to before and make provisions. And I think this resolution just kind of ends everything and doesn't really talk about transition. And so that was my real worry. And I felt like it was really necessary for us to put some effort into making a transition between, I think, one of the biggest full stops of business as usual in the in the world in the last 50 years, and actually put some thought into how we transition back, and not just kind of stop and then have everything kind of crash. So I know that some of these things have been in motion, but I would like for us to actually put together put some things into this resolution that talks about what the next steps are, like what is in motion, how are people going to get support, how people are going to be notified, things like that. So that is my comment. I did not originally realize how many things would potentially be affected. I think we should actually include all the things that are affected by this, ending of the emergency order, so that people are really clear on those things. So that's my comment and concern.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for bringing these issues. I emailed early a few days ago to the city attorney about how many things that have the council has approved and put in motion to support, for instance, renters with the moratorium, and other things will end with this with
I'm sorry, you seem to have
I'm sorry, my internet. So I would like to ask city attorney, because I sent that email to you, but I haven't received the response about how many things that the city council had passed during the state of emergency will end with the end of the state emergency, besides the moratorium.
So Alan Cohen of our office looked into that today and sent an email. But it could have been, this was a busy day. The eviction moratorium, we think, would end after 60 days. There is a matter involving on parklets and outdoor dining. The zoning administrator was authorized to waive certain permitting requirements. So that authority would be removed with the end of the emergency. So I didn't get a very extensive list, but if we could go back and survey it further, if that's what the council wishes.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for us to know, even though this is a state of emergency that is ending by the state, so it's not like we will say no to this, but I think putting some measures to support or prevent some of these things that can happen. So one thing that I think it will be important is that I will be amenable to do a motion to direct staff to look into how the board and commissions can continue to be in Zoom if there is no an opportunity to have hybrid, because I think what happened is that we are going to go back, and I am glad we are going to go back at the city council, but it will be hybrid. So there is people who will be able to call in and continue that participation in their house. And I think that will provide more. But I know that some of the board and commissions, we are still like, they meet in other parts, and maybe that because of that the technology, we haven't figured out all of that it could be hybrid for all of these. And for instance, like my neighbor, she decided, like, she waited for 2 years to be in one of the commissions, and she has been able to participate because it has been in Zoom. She won't be able to participate in person, not because of her, but her daughter has a health conditions that couldn't get the COVID vaccine. So it will be difficult for her to participate, and she will love to continue to participate. So having some hybrid, or having to still then to be in Zoom for a period longer than this will be good. So just that. And then the other part is the eviction, like the eviction moratorium is going to end, and we don't know what are the consequences of many of the renters, and we want to avoid more people getting homeless. So I will also be amenable to direct the rent program staff to come up with a proposal to support renters who are going to be impacted by this the end of this moratorium.
So,
Dave, may I
well,
respond, please,
okay.
to the first part? So
Yes, I'm
Mayor
sorry.
Martinez,
Yes,
I just
please.
wanted to,
I'm sorry, I was talking and my internet was, so I would like to finish. Is that okay?
Go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, and the other thing that I was going to say is that I will be amenable also to direct the rent program staff to come up with a proposal that support renters who are going to be dealing with evictions, and that they are coming back with some ideas of what we can do, so we can prevent people losing their homes after the moratorium ends. Thank you.
I did hear that part. So that if I was just going to say one, so the rent program thing, I've heard two points there. One was on the rent program and getting a report back from them on what the effects would be of ending the moratorium, and what there are some steps that should be taken to deal with that. The first point on the Brown Act, the Brown Act, before COVID started, the Brown Act was very strict on a number of things. It was, if you had, the council members all had to be present at a meeting, or the legislative body members. And so part of the reason for suspending the Brown Act was recognizing that you couldn't require everybody to be there. Now, I think in they have liberalized the rules in terms of other people participating. So I don't think it's so that the idea of a hybrid model would have the legislative body meeting in person, but allow people, the citizens and so forth, to participate remotely. And so we are going to have that option. But the issue, and I understand from the task force, they did have concerns about just what, as you said, that there are people who have only been able to participate because they were remote, and they want to participate not as citizens remotely attending the meeting. They want to actually be on the body itself. we may have some issues trying to do that, but I'm certainly, I don't think we've prepared a report on that back to you, and we certainly can. I think
Dave,
Chuck-
there was a communication on Friday, 2/24 at 4:49 from the city clerk that I also provided input on. And one of the options that we have contained in the mid-year budget for the city's council's consideration, because we thought it was important that you be mindful and want to be able to quantify the costs associated with additional budget allocation to support expanded training, equipment, and hiring in IT, the city clerk's office, and city attorney's budget and departments for enhanced hybrid capacity. So we're very mindful that we anticipated that this would be a council item of consideration, and that we do want to comply fully with the changes that are required for AB 2449 beginning March 1st, but we also want to enable the community that if it's the city council's direction to promote the greater accessibility of technology and innovation. But we thought it would be important for you to consider that in the context of mid-year when you're considering a host of other budget requests. Because unfortunately at this juncture, as we've stated before, we've got a great, amazing, hardworking group of city staff, but there are a number of staff people that are involved with these council meetings. And we want to make sure that if this is the level of capacity that you would like for all of the 94 groups that we meet with and counting, that it necessitates a different level of staffing for IT and city clerk and city attorney's office. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember McLaughlin. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going to get it right. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Okay, I'm a council member and a vice mayor, so
Yes.
it doesn't matter to me. So I just wanted to say that my understanding, well, a lot of the stuff got talked about already that I was going to bring up, like we're going to have hybrid meetings right away for city council, but not for commissions and boards. And I do understand, I too have heard from some board members that they would like to stay on Zoom. My understanding, and this was based on how it was explained to us on the Recycle More board that I sit on, is that we have to move to in-person starting March 1st, but we would go, the way it could be is that a majority of the body has to be in person. So if there's a minority, 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, who do it remotely, I mean, it sounds kind of weird because who would it be? But that could happen. However, it has to be a publicly available place. So that, if we're doing Zoom from our home, that would mean we would have to have our home available for public. That's how the Brown Act was before, that if you were you were out of town or you were, for whatever reason, you would have to have it publicly available, your motel room, whatever, if you were doing a virtual connection or an auditory, a conference call in or whatever, how before we were all into Zoom and such. But so I don't know if that's the way it is, but for the person that Councilmember Jimenez said can't do in person, I don't know if how that person would feel about having her home or wherever she would do it from open. Whether or not any members of the public would come or not is another story. But that, I just wanted to add that. So and I definitely think we should move to hybrid for all of them as soon as for all of our bodies as soon as possible.
Well, again, so you're correct that before COVID, the Brown Act did allow that if you're a member of the body and you couldn't be at because you used to have to also be in the jurisdiction. But if you, so that the Brown Act change a few years back was that if you were out of town and you want to attend the meeting, you could, but you had to publicly post the location that you were going to be at and have it available. So, you know, it made it pretty awkward to be your hotel room, but maybe at the hotel, there's a room that you could put a little notice up on the door and then participate from that. So the old, the pre-COVID idea of off-site participation was pretty narrow. And in going back to the old rules, so that rule revives, but it doesn't necessarily help members of the body that, as you say, don't really have a convenient public place to meet. But again, that is the idea of the hybrid meeting where the public participates remotely, as people who want to be in person are in person, people want to be remote, they're remote. That's certainly going to be okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
So two things to try to sort of move this forward. I'd like to add to this resolution some direction to staff to add, I know they've been thinking about it, but actually add a timeline and a proposal for transition to hybrid meetings to this. So there's some clarity and some public like plan of what's next in terms of meetings. But also I think that we do need to be really clear about everything that's and perhaps we also need to have some direction around, you know, what happens to the existing parklets that got built in Point Richmond, you know, will those people be subject to some kind of permitting? You know, what they need to know what's next for them, you know, or do they need to be taken down? Like what's next? Like, I think that again, to just stop something and not have direction on what happens next is not good policy. So if we could just identify what it is that is affected and then add to this, you know, the steps that we need to take to transition. So everyone's really clear. I think that would help, you know, lessen the chaos that could come from just doing it without a plan or an articulated public plan.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that for this item, we're directing staff to provide more clarity as to how the item is affecting residents in the city of Richmond in all ways. And that we are looking to explore hybrid meetings for the city of Richmond. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
correct. And just City Manager Curl, they actually have a timeline they're working on. And
Yes,
if this
so-
is a realistic timeline, then people should be really clear about that as well and understand how
Yes.
that'll impact things in the interim.
Yes, so Mayor Martinez, I want to invite Sue Hartman, our Director of IT, to participate in this conversation because she, as well as the city clerk, have been doing a lot of heavy lifting around this subject. And so what I've included in the draft mid-year budget item is, upon its approval, is that approximately 3 months for staff to roll out hybrid. But Sue, do you want a fuller expanded hybrid beyond those groups that currently sit in the council chambers historically, which are the City Council, the Richmond Housing Authority, the Planning Commission, and the successor agency? So Sue, if you're available, if you can kindly chime in on the work that you've been doing, that would be great for the good of the order.
So good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sue Hartman, Director of IT. And working collaboratively with the city clerk, the city attorney, Public Works, and others, we have worked diligently to prepare for the primary hybrid meetings for the city council meetings, successor agency, RHA, and there's one more. Those primary meetings have historically always been broadcast. So we are prepared and our equipment has been tested to make it an easy transition for hybrid in those meetings. It takes a lot of staff time and technology and additional equipment to make this happen. In order to expand it to boards and commissions is a much bigger project. And so we will need more time to plan for that. And you're welcome to ask questions, please.
We do have commissions that meet in the chambers, the Rec and Parks, the Planning Commission, I guess those are the two. But I see that Councilmember Jimenez has her hand up.
Yeah, this is a question for the city attorney. Can we say that while we are figuring out how this hybrid is, that the meetings could continue to be in Zoom, or is not possible?
You can't waive the Brown Act. So the governor's declaration, again, back in October, intended that the Brown Act, the existing provisions of the Brown Act were no longer suspended. So we have to meet with the Brown Act. Now, I think to allow, the Brown Act doesn't restrict the method by which you allow citizens to participate, which is why having the capability for remote participation there's nothing wrong with that. But it's the members of the body that are in the situation that they have to either be in the meeting or they are permitted to meet off-site if the off-site location is noticed and it's publicly accessible.
Okay. Okay. So one thing that I would like to add to this direction is that especially because the eviction moratorium is going to end, that we direct the rent program staff to come up with a proposal to support renters who are going to be dealing with evictions. Thank you.
And I totally understand that, and I think I could add something to the resolution to give that direction.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda?
By the way, do you want to put a time frame on their coming back with a recommendation?
Yeah.
As I say, I think the moratorium will not end for 60 days.
Yeah. So for that, like in a month, we can have
okay
a proposal. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Alshire, can you confirm, I was under the impression that the body could take, I believe it's 2 days or so, and being able to be at home without publicizing it, being on Zoom, should the individuals, sorry, my dog wants to go outside. So the individuals have COVID, right? So you're able to do it twice, not 2 days, but just twice in a year to say, I am sick, whether it's COVID or a cold or whatever, and then you could be at home and not publicizing. I thought that was part of the rules that were published.
You certainly can miss meetings because of illness. Are you saying that because of the illness, you could participate from home?
Yes, I thought that was part of the new rule, that you get to be sort of work from home or meet from home twice a year without having to put your address out in public, as an example, versus being at a hotel and saying, I'm going to be in the hotel XYZ room number 412, whatever it is.
I'd have to check into that.
Like, so I think I saw, and I thought you had given us that presentation here at a prior council meeting or somewhere, or maybe it was one of the other commissions we all sit in, and they gave that presentation, if I remember correctly.
it sounds like it would be logical. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, so maybe we can get clarification on that, because if I'm not mistaken, then that way we can also give that option both to our colleagues here, but also to the commissions, so they're aware of it. If they are sick and they want to participate from home, they still can, right? Being able to work from home remotely. And then it sounds like other cities, we're not the only city that's about to do this. There's other cities that are doing it. And it was brought to my attention that Oakland recently did the same resolution or a similar resolution. And it looks like they're also going through court actions because of the rent moratorium. So we might want to look at other cities and see what has happened to them for those that did it yesterday. We've got 24 hours on them. We can see, what hit the courts ahead of time, so we can try to be more prepared. But it looks like so far Oakland has done something where people have disagreed and have already started taking steps to take it to the Supreme Court. So we might want to look at that in terms of the rent moratorium, so that we don't follow the wrong steps and we do it correctly, and we're able to help the residents if they need help, but making sure that we're still staying within the rules and we don't get sued too.
I think on the rent moratorium, what we're actually not taking an action we're taking the action of terminating the emergency, but we're not taking an action to terminate the moratorium yet. And the direction was to include a provision that the rent board to follow up with any steps that might be necessary to mitigate impacts of terminating the moratorium. So I think that we do have this 60 days, so we can look at that and bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Just to be clear, City Attorney, in the current resolution, there is wording that is removing the rental protections. So we're gonna revise that and take that out, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, the idea is it goes down after 60 days. But I mean, we could, I think the effect is if we don't take some sort of an action to extend it, even if we didn't say anything here, it would automatically terminate in 60 days.
Yeah.
But so I will, when I reword this, I will reword it again as Claudia indicated that we want to look at it further. We want to report back.
I think that it's really important that we're really clear that that is one of the things that will end within 60 days once this resolution is passed. So the people are really clear about that and they know that that's what's happening. But then also parallel have these other things happening, so we're not just leaving people like high and dry. And then I just wanted to make sure that the things that I said earlier also make it into this revised resolution, or with like the planning department. If this might not be necessary, but if the planning department could just check to make sure that anybody who had taken advantage of the lax restrictions around parklets or any other lax restrictions, that they're properly notified of any next steps they may or may not have to do. And that others are notified of the changes, so that no business owners who thought they could keep that parklet forever or whatever it is, I'm not sure what's going to happen to those things, are just well informed and have plenty of notice if there's going to be any impact on them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have a resolution.
Yes, so we'll take the resolution and we'll deal with the rent review process. The moratorium will deal with planning and other departments looking at any other provisions that are impacted by the termination of the emergency, and that there is appropriate notice given. And if there are any steps that should be taken to mitigate impacts, there be a report back to the council on those steps. And then beyond that, we're going to look at what's going on in some other cities that are ending this, and we're going to look at the specific Brown Act provisions and give you a more specific report on in terms of not attending meetings by either commissioner, by legislative body members, what the Brown Act provisions would permit, and make that would be a separate report back to you as a follow-up to this agenda item.
Okay, all right. Is that clear to all council members? Yes? Okay, then
So
let's
the
move to-
action on the resolution will include those items that I identified.
Correct.
So I move the item.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Jimenez, seconded by Cepeda. Let's have a roll call.
I'm sorry,
you're-
are we voting on the revised possible language that we talked
Yes.
about?
Yes,
Okay, just make
yes.
sure.
City Clerk, you're on mute.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The vote is unanimous.
thank you.
Uh, Mayor
This is,
Martinez.
this is irregular, but there's been a request to move item V3 because the people making the presentation are feeling ill and would like to do it as quickly as possible. So we'll move V3 and then we will do the V1.
Okay, item B3 is to receive an update regarding the development of a community crisis response program.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor McLaughlin, and council members. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager. And I am here tonight with a host of individuals. KCRT, if you could, please bring up the slide deck. So I am here tonight with a host of individuals. We are going to be providing an update on the work that's been done to date to develop and implement a community crisis response program. So it's not just the city of Richmond alone. Next slide, please. We also have with us Supervisor John Joya. We will get a report after that, an update on the A3 crisis response program through Contra Costa County. And then finally, we will end with an update from the city's consultants, Urban Strategies Council. So as city staff have been given direction from council to implement a community crisis response program, we are working collectively with Contra Costa County and to make sure we don't duplicate services. So we thought it was really great for them to be able to come and provide an update to all of you where they are at. And then from Urban Strategies Council, you'll hear the work that they are doing, and then the fact that they will be presenting some options to City Council in May of this year. With that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Joya.
Thank you, LaShonda, and I appreciate, Dr. Suzanne Tavano, our mental health director, had been under the weather and was trying to hold out as long as possible. So I'm hoping she's still on, although Chad Pierce is making the main presentation because many of them were at our all-day Board of Supervisors meeting since 9 o'clock this morning. So trying to respect their time and their commitments. So I just want to say it's great to be here to give, I'm just going to say a few words, a presentation on the status of the A3 program. As you know, we made a presentation last year to the council on an update. And I think it's timely, given that there's also a number of new council members on. So getting up to speed on where the planning stands on this and to update the work with Urban Strategies because Richmond is interested in complementing the program. As you may remember, when voters passed Measure X, our countywide sales tax, the goal was to fund increased health and social services. So out of Measure X, we are funding out of $20 million a year, a countywide mental health crisis response program that will be eventually available 24/7 within 10 to 15-minute response. And the county is also constructing a call center, the Miles Hall Call Center, where calls would come in. And because Richmond has been working to develop a program that could include other elements and more robust elements, the county health department has been in conversations with Urban Strategies and the city staff to look at how what the city wants to do can build on what the county is doing countywide in all 19 cities and all unincorporated communities. It's a really innovative, I think, effective program to ensure that a behavioral health response that is a culturally competent is responsive, whether or not law enforcement needs to respond. So there may be times where law enforcement responds and other times where law enforcement does not respond, depending on the individual needs. And so at this point, those are the introductory remarks I wanted to make, and also to acknowledge and recognize the council for wanting to build on this system to do a bit more. And I know it's with that spirit that the health department has been working with Urban Strategies. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chad Pierce, who really is the mental health crisis response manager at the county, for his presentation. And I don't know if our mental health director is still on. Chad may know, but I just wanted to acknowledge also again the hard work of the health department in working on this program.
KCRT, you can go to slide 4, please. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Joya, and thank you to the council for having us here to present an update. I do have a presentation. Dr. Tavano was not feeling well, so she did drop off. So I will give an overview of our program. I did do this presentation last year, so I'll go through it briefly in lieu of time, and then focus on really our update of where we are today. So I'm going to present on our crisis response, which is anyone, anywhere, anytime. Next slide, please. So this is just a review of our situation in Contra Costa County. We have 200,000 people, 1 in 5 experiencing mental health issues. It is our third most common call for ambulance, and we have actually over 8,000 visits to the emergency room each year. Next slide, please. So this goes without saying. We know that because we don't have a comprehensive system in place, we are dealing with criminalization, incarceration, racism, stigma, you name it. A lot of it is because we have not developed a system to really respond to behavioral health crisis. Next slide, please. So when you call 911, the expectation is that you get immediate assistance, and it's usually law enforcement, medical, or fire. And what we don't have is that fourth arm, which is a behavioral health crisis. So when we have that behavioral health crisis, what Contra Costa County is attempting to do right now is be that fourth arm to the emergency response system. Next slide. So back in 2020 of November, we had a design team come together to really identify the gaps in our system of care. The design team consisted of many different stakeholders, starting from our community, different providers, city managers, law enforcement, first responders. Everyone came to the table, and this was probably one of the largest collaborations that I've been a part of, where everyone is really on the same page, really looking at what can we do to improve our system of care when it comes to crisis services. So our design team came up with the same statement, which is has become our North Star, which is anyone, anywhere, at any time in Contra Costa County can receive appropriate behavioral health crisis services. Next slide. So this is our model. I won't go into a lot of detail because we have talked about this before, but what I do want to talk about is Miles Hall, who is a young man who was killed by police at the age of 23 during the midst of a mental health crisis. So that really highlighted our need to really address mental health as its own crisis and to respond with the appropriate training to be able to avoid unnecessary loss of life. So we have a need for help. There's someone to talk to, there's someone to respond, and then there's a place to go. But all the calls come into our centralized call center, and we've named that after Miles Hall and his memory, and to acknowledge his family and to remember that this is something we want to avoid happening in the future. So that's our overall model, which is someone to talk to. 75% of the calls are de-escalated over the phone. There are need at times to go out into the field to respond, and we have 3 levels of teams to do that. And then sometimes we do have where we want to take folks as an alternative to psych emergency or our emergency department. So we're working on all of that, and that's a part of our model. Next slide. And again, this is our Miles Hall Crisis Call Center. This is our 10-digit phone number. Anyone can call this number and receive support. We will de-escalate over the phone when possible, which happens the majority of the time, and we will dispatch field teams, which will consist of either a mental health clinician, licensed, a peer support specialist, which is someone with lived experience or has a family member with lived experience, and possibly a substance abuse counselor as the composition of our field teams. And we hope to be operating 24/7 by late, probably by late 2023. We're well on our way. Next slide, please. More statistics just around where our calls are coming from. The majority are from law enforcement or from family members. In the middle, you see that this is kind of what we see: psychosis, aggression, and suicide. And then we have some folks who do call in person. So next slide. And this is where we are today. We're open 8 to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and on Saturdays, 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So we're answering the calls, and we do have teams who are available. We have 4 teams right now. Over the last year, we've had about 534 teams dispatched. And again, many of them are de-escalated over the phone. And we're using a lot of strategies to really deal with the hiring challenges around the workforce. And so we are making progress in that area as well. Next slide. So this April, it's very exciting to report that we will be operating 8 o'clock to 12:30 past midnight daily, and we will have 13 response teams. You can see that we have like 4,320 staff hours per month. Parallel to that, we are launching our certified law enforcement training so that all law enforcement officers who are on the streets will be trained in crisis intervention. And we hope to decrease our average response time to 10 to 15 minutes and be available 24/7. Next slide. So we are still recruiting. So I always like to show this slide. If you want to scan the barcode, you can go to our website. And we are looking particularly for members of the community to serve the community. So if you know of anyone who might be interested in any of these positions, we welcome you to apply and spread the word. Next slide. And again, this is our aim, which is providing timely, appropriate behavioral health crisis services to anyone, anywhere, at any time to provide hope. And that concludes my overview, and I will stop there and if there are questions.
Chad, we're gonna hold off on questions if people don't mind, just so Urban Strategies can present, and then we'll be open for questions in general about community crisis response. So KCRT, if you could forward 2 slides to slide 17. There you go. Thank you. I'll turn it over to David Harris with Urban Strategies Council.
Thank you, Ms. White, and good evening, council members and mayor. This presentation we had prepared for previous meetings, so some of you may have seen some of these slides. And in light of the time constraints you have, I'm going to try to go through them rather quickly. The first slide, if you could go to next, please, gives an overview of Urban Strategies Council, and we're in our 35th year, and we've been working throughout the Bay Area to advance racial equity and social justice in the Bay Area. Our work on the next slide speaks to the project that we are working with the City of Richmond for and the community response. I'd like to highlight 4 things here, that the Community Crisis Response Program is responding to a broad range of calls. They're not solely defined as mental health. We've met with Richmond Police Department Chief French, and we've gotten some idea and analysis, and we're awaiting the results from the Matrix study. But please be aware that this is not just mental health calls, that the engagement is voluntary, that there is no arrest and no 5150 through this process, that the teams are recruited from the communities they serve, and that these are good jobs that honor the challenging work. The team members ideally would be individuals who know the community, in many cases have had lived experience working with members of the communities and so forth. The next slide. As some of you know, this work nationally that's expanding has been based on a lot on the CAHOOTS program from Eugene, Oregon, which is over 30 years old, and has provided evidence that these response teams that do not have police involved with them, because they're mainly nonviolent and non-emergency calls, that is a successful model, and it is being replicated in many cities around the country. Next slide. We are in the process of completing our community engagement and outreach effort. Please know that the engagement is not done to really ask the community about their support for the program. This is an initiative that is already supported by a majority of the community, and the council has adopted. But engagement is critical to the community design of the program, because it serves as an education process and a process that builds the community ownership of the proposed program. And so in that work we've done, we've interacted with emergency services. We've looked at the barriers to access community assets, a number of the things that are on this list. And then our next slide, I'll go into some of the specific tasks that we've already completed, a literature and data review, both in terms of the health and all policies, the community needs assessment and strategic plan for the Richmond Fund for Community and Youth, working with the and meeting with the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and reviewing their documents. We've had interviews with several council members, the fire department, and the police department. The next slide shows some of the groups that we've already met with. And many of you know some of these groups, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to single out any single one. Next slide. Our survey to the community has opened up today. We are reaching out to residents across the city, and we are using both the city's communications channels, our own on the ground street outreach. We're doing focus groups and a number of community meetings so that we can also get a little bit more in depth on the type of feedback that residents have about the current response efforts and what their expectations are for the new community crisis response program. And we encourage all of you, if possible, to share the survey link or the QR code with your constituents. Next slide. And our deliverables are that we will provide in May a report to the city to guide your decision making. Also support the establishment of the program depending on which options you choose for implementation. We will develop initial protocols and job descriptions for the effort, assist in developing the RFQ or RFP if the city decides to contract out parts of this effort. And we will also support the community awareness campaign that is really essential for community to see this as a resource that they can access and will know how to access. And in that spirit, we'll be aligned as Dr. Pierce has said, and Supervisor Gioa with the work that the county is doing in the A3 effort. And then our last slide shares some of the considerations that we'll be addressing in the report to let you know what are the types of calls and situations that are suited for this response program. We'll provide both qualitative and quantitative feedback on those calls for service. We'll discuss how the Richmond program is integrated with the county effort, where the CCRP should be housed, whether these are the different options you will consider in terms of a nonprofit, the city, the county staffing construction considerations, the program structure, how to ensure oversight and engagement. Part of that will also include evaluation and transparency issues for the community, access to the resources and referrals that are a key part of the effort, and how the program will address some of the common concerns that are usually raised about these types of programs, mainly in the areas of both safety and liability. So that is a real quick run through of our work. We will this weekend have a focus group in the at the Shields Reed Community Center, kicking off a number of our discussions with residents, and we'll be informing you all of future discussions that we have throughout the month of March primarily, as well as welcome your referrals to any groups in your districts or throughout the city that you would like us to talk to, as both a strategy for getting their input and feedback, but also giving them the ability to have some ownership and sense of having participated in the process to design this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you to Urban Strategies Council, Supervisor Joya, and Contra Costa County Health Services. That concludes our presentation for tonight, and we are available for questions.
Okay.
And the survey will be in English and Spanish initially, and we are also translating it to other languages.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
I have questions, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My questions are for Dr. Pierce. But what guarantees access time or response time within 10-15 minutes? Are the cars roaming in the streets all over Contra Costa?
So that's a very good question, and thank you. Our plan is to have our teams regionalized throughout the county. So we'll have like satellite sites for our field teams to have a quicker response. We're not absolutely sure we'll be able to get down to 10 to 15 minutes to cover the whole entire county, but our goal is to have folks staffed in West County, Central, East, and South, and then to be able to dispatch from that location. So that's the goal.
Do you happen to know where the location in West County would be?
I don't know specifically where the locations will be yet, but we have some exploration to do there. We have different opportunities.
And your slides referred to different team levels. What are they?
So level 1 is our least acute team, which is a peer provider and a mental health provider. These are for more social determinants of health. That would be someone who, maybe shelter, things that might lead to a behavioral health crisis if they aren't dealt with. So we work very closely with CORE through our H3 division, and that's our level 1 teams. Our level 2 teams are more acute, and that's a mental health clinician and either a peer support specialist and or a substance abuse counselor. Those are for folks who need more assessment. We go out into the field to assess. Typically, that might mean making a determination between an involuntary hold or just figuring out what the next step would be for that individual who is in crisis. And then our level 3 teams are just like our level 2 teams, except that we do recognize that in some instances, while we want to reduce law enforcement involvement when unnecessary, we do recognize that there are times when law enforcement is necessary, and those are our level 3 teams, which is the mental health clinician, peer support specialist, or substance abuse counselor, and law enforcement in a collaborative effort to go to scene to make sure that things are safe, and then we can intervene as appropriate.
Thank you. So sometimes residents see homeless individuals in places that may not be safe, like a high fire area, and they may be starting fire and they report them. So that would be your level 1 team, the core team that would take care of the situation, right?
Yes, that will be the start.
Thank you. And my last question for you, and then I have a question for Urban Strategy, is why don't you pick a simple phone number?
That's there's a long, I think we don't have enough time to answer that question.
Are you going to?
I don't know for sure. Currently, we are trying to also look at being able to use Medi-Cal as one of our benefits for county members. So we want a simple phone number, and at this time we are stuck with the 10-digit number.
Can I ask a question? I know, Dr. Pierce, I know there'd been discussions of trying to have multiple gateways into the program, whether it's calling 211, 911, those kinds of things. I guess that's my understanding that was going to be the goal, was to move to like a 3-digit number.
That is the goal. And right now, what the current state is that there's no wrong doors. So whether you call a clinic or whether you call 211, whether you call 911, if it's a behavioral health crisis, the goal is that it will get to the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center.
So it's upon people to distinguish the difference, not the dispatcher. They need to call different people. But I assume
No, it will be behind the scenes. So you shouldn't, as a caller, you don't have to know which number to call. It should be the folks who answer the call will be able to route your call immediately.
No, I'm not talking about different teams. I'm talking about, whether police is needed or not. So people who call should know that it's, a non-police call, just mental health. But I think with urban strategy, we're talking about the city of Richmond. It's the dispatcher that tells whether it should go to law enforcement, emergency responders, or mental health. Am I correct?
I understand that's the same way that it works, that the dispatcher, that's how it's been explained to me, that the dispatcher can't determine if there's a behavioral health need, they'll transfer it to the Miles Hall call center. Because right now, when you call 911 in Richmond, it goes to the Richmond Police Dispatch. If you call 911 outside of Richmond in many parts of the county and it's a medical call, it goes to Con Fire's medical fire and medical dispatch in Pleasant Hill. So my understanding is the dispatch folks will determine if it's behavioral health and send it over to Miles Hall. I think
Correct.
that's part of the goal, is getting there so that your 911 folks who pick up the call say, oh, this needs a A3 team member. We're gonna, just like now, calls get referred to medical, for example. So they get referred to the Miles Hall call center. That's the goal. There's a lot of technology and other things, I know, as Dr. Pierce knows, that need to be dealt with to make sure all of this new system works.
That is correct. So it's really that fourth arm of the emergency response system that we're aiming for.
And is it also on a voluntary basis? If somebody refuses to go into a hospital, you wouldn't force them?
Unless they were a danger to themselves or others or gravely disabled.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask Urban Strategy how you're different from their service?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question, please?
How the service we're getting in Richmond different from this service in the county?
Sure. As Dr. Pierce said in his initial remarks, the A3 program is specifically designed as a behavioral health support system. Not all of the calls that your local response program will respond to are behavioral health. Things such as wellness checks, things such as noise complaints, sleepers in cars, what might appear to be a conflict between two individuals where there's no weapons or no immediate sense of harm to each other. So there'll be a broader range of calls that they will respond to. And similarly, the key to the response is the development of a strong working relationship between the teams and dispatch. Next week, we'll be doing a meeting with dispatch staff to get a better understanding of what some of their concerns and particular needs are for this to be effective.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation to everyone. Thank you for that information. Do we connect in any way? And I think I might know the answer, but it sounds like we're not connected to 211 yet. Is there any correlation, the future partnership with 811, which is the federal number? It was just recently on the news where they're trying to get some more funding, especially for the counties. I don't know if that's another opportunity to be able to help.
I believe that's specifically the suicide hotline.
It is, but it still has to do with mental wellness.
Yes.
Right. So maybe it's another something, right? So if it comes in and we have to, I don't know how to connect all the dots, but that might be a potential dot that we could help connect for our community. So if somebody calls in for that particular type of assistance, whether it comes to you or maybe it's, if it comes to this number now, and that is on suicide, that you can sort of patch it over softly so you can take other calls since we're low on staff. I'm just trying to figure out partnerships and being able to gain from the different strengths of the different programs that are out there, like 811.
Sure, and I'll also ask my colleague, Ann Tanks, if she wants to add to it, but the police do not, and I don't want to say this blanketly, but if someone is threatening themselves in the house, it's my understanding that the police cannot respond to that. So therefore, having a resource like this response team would in fact be a benefit to the city in addressing some of those situations. And
I mean, we've talked to 6 or 7 leaders within the police department and 3 within the fire department and other city staff. And I think that the best way to think about the county and Richmond's program are that I think what Richmond is hoping to do is have a program that is nimble enough that it's filling in where the county is not. There are a lot of situations. One of the real challenges is that what I, as a just resident, think of as a mental health or a behavioral health situation isn't what clinicians think of as a behavioral health situation, right? And so there's a little bit of a disconnect between what we think of as mental health and what is actually a mental health call. But what we've heard from people who are currently responding to crisis calls in Richmond is that there's a tremendous need, and that the police and fire especially are very eager to have a resource. Part of de-escalation is just spending the time to de-escalate it. It's the one thing that police and fire don't have. They've got calls backed up, and saying just take 45 minutes right now to sit and listen to this person for 30 minutes isn't something that they've really got the time to do. And so if you think of the Richmond program as filling in, and if there's a moment that A3 says we're now going to start handling these other calls, that's great. And it's an opportunity for the Richmond program to kind of be water and figure out where else it's going to fill in. But our sense of A3 is they're never going to respond to a noise complaint, right? Or some other kind of conflict between neighbors, family conflicts, and things like sleeper calls or trespass calls where somebody's just in a location that somebody else doesn't want them in.
Thank you for that. Any data that have you collected, or do we have, especially as we're utilizing for level 3? And so here's my dog. He wants to say hi. Anything for level 3, so that we can make sure that we're staffing appropriately in every direction, right? If we're utilizing our police, as you know, they might be backed up, right? So we can staff in the right places, because I just want to make sure that we're not saying we have this program and we're no longer utilizing as much police officers, but maybe we're getting a lot of level 3. So I don't know if there's any data there. You might not have the answer now, but it'll be great to have some of this data, so that we can staff the city appropriately and being able to acknowledge where the needs are coming from. And then similar question in regards to the operating times. I mean, I look forward to having the 24/7. I think that's going to be, it's going to help anyone. Did we choose those times strategically, or was it, when people were available to work? Are those the times that people call in the most?
Dr. Pierce, I believe some of those, I know you had to reconnect, but Councilmember Zepeda was asking about any data that you may have around level 3 calls or calls that warrant a level 3 response. I think that's what I heard. And then also the rationale between around the calls, the time frame selected right now for when you're accepting calls and dispatching units.
Okay, sorry, I lost my connection and I'm reconnecting via phone, so I'm not on camera. In terms of expanding hours, it was easier to hire for day shifts because that's kind of how the county system typically works. So expanding hours in the evening and on the weekends kind of just happened in that order because of availability. So it wasn't strategic in that we were necessarily identifying the volume of calls, although we do know that it tends to be during the school day that we tend to get the majority of calls. And so we are in that sweet spot right now. And then we are just trying to expand into the evenings, into the weekends, and hopefully to just be 24/7. I hope that answers the question. In terms of the data regarding level 3 teams, that would probably be about the 25% of our calls require a field team to be dispatched. And typically that is because we need to evaluate for safety or for things that are escalating that might need a higher level of intervention.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I'm all good, Mr. Mayor. And you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Joya, for being here, Chad and David, and thank you, Lashanda, for leading this work that City Council directed to start working on this, like, I think like it was 2 years ago, something. So I want for the county, I wanted to ask, I heard that right now how the A3 is working is that some of the calls are like the staff that is working there are able to do some interventions and do some intervention through the phone, and the escalate, and that is enough. But then there are some situations where they had to go, and what right now is happening is that they are deciding to go to the most kind of like difficult or more kind of like urgent situation. One of the things that is as a constraint or a challenge sometimes is that when that person who is in some mental health emergency situation needs to be transported, the A3 team is not up to transport the patient, so they had to call the ambulance or the EMT, and the challenges that have been facing is that in that situation they call the police, and sometimes the police it collaborates, but sometimes it adds too much work to the A3 staff because they go there, they talk to the patient, they try to stabilize, try to do all these things, and as soon as the patient or the person sees police, it gets a little like it just kind of like changed the dynamics. So I just wondering if you had been evaluating these situations, because as you say, the idea is that some of these situations is to provide services where we don't need police involved. So I just wondering what has been the evaluation around this situation, and and some more information.
Thank you for that question. So this is partly why we're doing the law enforcement and behavioral health collaboration and training around crisis intervention. And a lot of what we do get several calls where folks are very clear that they do not want law enforcement's involvement. And that's the reason that they're calling. So we really try to, over the phone, make a determination around who will be on scene. And so we don't want to send law enforcement out if we know from the family or from the person that that's going to be a trigger. And then at the same time, we want everyone to be safe. So we are monitoring how we determine when law enforcement goes out, and not only when, but how we actually do it, whether or not law enforcement intervenes first and then behavioral health, or whether law enforcement is just on standby or staged and behavioral health is intervening, but aware that law enforcement is available in case things escalate and things become unsafe. In terms of transporting, right now we are working on that, and that is a case-by-case situation. But if someone does need to go to, let's say, psychiatric emergency services, we do call an ambulance, and sometimes we are able to avert calling law enforcement for that transport. And so we're working on that, and we are evaluating and monitoring that as we go.
Okay, thank you. And to David and Anne, thank you so much for all the work that you are doing. One of the things that you mentioned is like how this program can be implemented in Richmond. Some of the things that I've been hearing from the community is that they will really want in-house operations, right? But you mentioned maybe could be a hybrid, maybe. So I look forward to see more about how that works. But we have the Office of Neighborhood Safety here that has been really be a successful program. And I wonder how you see maybe this program part of that without adding an extra work and taking them from the work that they are doing, because that is kind of like our concern or my concern in this. But we have already a structure that had worked for the most violent situations where people go without guns in these really difficult situations, and has been really successful. So I just wondering if
our job is to present to you the various options that you might want to consider for implementation, as well as the pros and cons of all of those options. I think that Richmond is in a unique position because you have some real assets to build on should you decide to align this program in the city, and the use of those assets if you decide to contract it out. We've met with members with your violence interrupters at ONS, and they're very clear that their mission is to reduce gun violence, and that's what their focus is on. But they also welcome and appreciate the opportunity to work with a team like this that they feel can help in situations that may, if not resolved initially, who knows where they could wind up to be potentially a focus of the ONS staff.
Thank you. So, and could you give us a timeline about kind of like what is next, and like we want to hear when this program can be launched and be running, right? We have been waiting for several, like a lot. And I think this is something that our community is in support, City Council is in support. So we really want to see this happening as soon as possible.
Yes, We hear that message loud and clear, council member. And our recommendations will be to you by early May, as we said. And I think each option presents a different timeline that you as policymakers will have to consider in terms of implementation. So I'm sorry I can't give you an exact date, but you'll be ready. We'll have what you need to make your decision by early May.
And then you mentioned something that also the city council kind of like directed to do, which is the metrics analysis, the 911. So, Loshanda, do you know when this report is coming to city council? I know that it was presented to the task force, and I have seen some of the slides, but I just wondering like the timeline, because it's also like David and M's name that as one of the things that they had been looking at for information and for guidance.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. So I am not the project manager for the Matrix Consulting project. That is our Human Resources Department. We have received a presentation from them, we being the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. We have not seen the actual report itself, but the consultants have been able to provide some information to the task force around the work that they've done so far. And I do not have a timeline, but my understanding is that we're close to receiving the report. It has been reviewed internally. I don't know if that review process is complete, but I'm sure as soon as we have the report, we will be sharing it with council member and community. And then I also just want to really quickly talk about timeline. I did have a slide that I didn't go over with regards to time, but city staff, along with Urban Strategies Council, is very clear about the desire for this program to be implemented as soon as possible. But we also want to do this in a way that makes sense for the community and it is done correctly. Projects don't necessarily start and are ready for implementation right away. So I do know council provided direction to city council through a budget in June of 2021. But I can say I did not get involved and really start leading this work until January of 2022. And so there was, with the previous city manager, this work sat under the fire department with an interim chief before Chief Montoya came on board. And then once city manager Shasta Crow came on board, the city became more active in meeting with Contra Costa County and other city managers with the A3 program and getting monthly updates, which I've been going to. And very soon after I took over, we did an RFP to bring on a consultant to help us do the work we knew as staff we did not have the capacity or expertise to do. So I just want council and community to know that we hear that this is a needed program and we're working diligently to make sure it's done correctly, and we are not duplicating services with the county, and we're working really collaboratively with them. And there is a detailed timeline on our website, which is you can go to the city's website and then put in Community Crisis Response Program. And there's the survey there in English and Spanish, as well as a timeline and the agenda reports and contracts and everything for Urban Strategies Council. So we try and make sure we're extremely transparent about the work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I just wanted to say, so Davian, and so since you are mentioning metrics, do you have access or have you had access to at least draft report and data that they are collecting? Because I think it would be important that since you mentioned that you have access.
No, we're awaiting it and we've been told we'll get it soon.
So getting soon as when? So we don't know.
I will follow up with Human Resources around the status of that report. And as soon as I receive it, I will turn it over to Urban Strategies Council.
But can we at least, since they are working on this, can we at least before is all finished, that at least David and Ann has access to what they have. I think like that will be important.
I will definitely inquire about that, and if that can happen, we will make sure I will share that information with them.
That will be great. I think like this is important that if we are in this collaboration, that at least the people who are doing the work had access to the other work, and it's public. We are paying for all this work, so I think it will be important that they will have access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, public comment. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we currently have three public speakers, Jesse Turan, Lisa Johnson, Deborah Small, and Jamin Purcell. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Jesse Turan. I'm a Richmond resident, former resident of the Ryden Road homeless encampment. What makes me crazy, I'm listening to this, and you're talking about this mental health crisis unit. And it's like, okay, that's great. It's a wonderful idea. But maybe if you did things to get people out of crisis, you would not have such a need for a mental health crisis unit. You're spending all of this money on this program, and yet you evicted my neighbors, myself, from Ryden Road without providing us any housing at all. So most of my neighbors are freezing, wet, cold, and hungry on the street now, when they used to have shelter that was taken away from them by the city of Richmond. And now if they get upset about that, or if they have a mental breakdown, oh, great, well, now you've got the mental health crisis unit. What do you think they're going to do? What do you think is going to happen if you take away their stability? People are dying in Richmond, and you're sitting here talking about providing surplus land for soccer fields. You gave Measure X funding to a mental health crisis unit. Yeah, you're going to have mental health crisis. That's because you lie to people who are vulnerable. You break your promises to the people who are depending on you. Of course, they're going to be in mental health crisis. They've been betrayed by the people who they trusted, by the people who are supposed to be taking care of them. You. People are dying because of the things that the city council is doing, because of the ordinances that the city council has passed. You are making people criminals simply for existing. Give us a safe parking place and we will do the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council and presenters. It was great to see an update. I think the last time you guys came was May 26th of last year. So it's encouraging to see that you guys have built up to 13 teams as of this April. I think that was the stated goal. And I think last time you guys came, the hope was to have 34 teams by the end of December of 2023. I don't know if that's still the goal. I know staffing has been a challenge. So it would be wonderful to get an update on when you think you could achieve the 34 teams. And then I think to help facilitate the community understanding how the County A3 program funded by Measure X could best be supported by urban strategies on an as needed basis is to get better metrics. And some of those questions that are still outstanding is based on the A3 data to date, what is the current number and percentage of level 1 versus level 2 versus level 3 calls? How does that break down in each of the counties, cities, and towns, right? For example, in Richmond, what is the number and percentage of each of those calls versus all the other cities and towns? It would also be good to understand how this changes throughout time of day. Like, are there more calls during the day, during the evening, and how does that impact staffing needs? I think it'd also be good to understand what percentage of level 2 calls turn into level 3 calls requiring RPD assistance. We were initially told that this would decrease police assistance. And so to really understand that, I think we need to understand the true number of level 3 calls and how that relates in this whole program. I also think it'd be good to understand how the county and the A3 program is assigning their existing teams, and is it expected to be based on the demand throughout each city and county, and how is that going to be equitable? So I think some of these numbers and metrics would be super helpful for all of us to grapple how this could possibly work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Small. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. I'm Deborah Small, Richmond resident, chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I want to thank Chad Pierce, David Harris, Ann Jenks, and LaShonda White for an amazing presentation. I also want to thank them for all the work that they've been doing on bringing this program into being. I want to say that I actually have a fair amount of experience and knowledge about Cahoots, which is the program that this is partly modeled on, because I know the people who started it. And one of the things about Cahoots is that when it first started, there was a lot more local police involvement as people were understanding how to do successful intervention. Over time, the last time I spoke to the folks there, which was a couple of months ago, they don't have police involved in any of their interactions, and all of their referrals are voluntary. And a lot of that has to do with the expertise that they've developed over time. And so I really want us to have patience and to allow the program to develop naturally the way it has in other cities, and it's been proven to be successful. And I also want to point out that the timeline for implementation in Richmond is not out of line with what it's taken to do this in other cities. And so again, I want to advise patience and support, because it's more important to do it right than to do it quickly. And then the final thing I want to say is a question. I want to make sure that the people who are being trained will be able to distinguish behavior associated with drug-related crises from mental health crises. Sometimes they look the same, but they're not. And I hope that that's something that folks will get instruction in from the harm reduction community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jamin Purcell, Richmond resident. I want to thank Chad Pierce, David Harris, and LaShonda White as well for the hard work that they have put into this. This looks really great, and I look forward to seeing how it is going to work here in Richmond and how it will be working with the county level. You know, people who are exposed, we know historically that people who are exposed to environmental toxins can predispose them to mental health issues, as well as insecurity, whether it be in housing, whether it be in housing, food, or security. These can lead to mental health crises. So as well, we're just stepping out of pandemic, and this has caused a number of social issues that have risen, paranoia and distrust and degrading of our community. So I think this is going to be really important to be able to set us onto the right path and be able to help those people who are having crises to not be criminalized and not be turned into victims of their further than their mental health has led them. As well, there was a comment made earlier about calling mental health services on an unhoused person because they were in an area that was considered undesirable. I think it's really, there seemed to be like an implication that because someone is unhoused, therefore they must be in a mental health crisis. We shouldn't be confusing a housing crisis, just as Jesse Toronto was mentioning earlier, with a mental health crisis. It is instability that leads to mental health crisis, and we should be solving some of these root problems. But as well, I really appreciate what is being done to be able to make sure that we are dealing with these in a holistic way that is going to be treating them with humanity and respect and trying to give them the best services possible. So I want to thank you once again, and as well, thank you, city staff, or I'm sorry, city council and John Joya for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Well, we've had our time to speak to the issue. I think it's time to close the item and move on to item B1.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Thank you, Supervisor Joya, and Urban Strategies Council, as well as along with CCHS staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thanks to all of you.
Okay, item V1 is to approve a 3-year agreement with Flock Group Incorporated for the acquisition, support, and maintenance of a fixed automated license plate reader system in an amount not to exceed $249,600 for a term beginning March 1st of 2023 through February 28th of 2026, and with 2 one-year renewal options based on the same terms.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. Tonight I have with me Assistant Chief Simmons, as well as Laura Holland and Kyle Eakin, who are representatives from Flock. We'll be giving you a presentation on the Flock camera system, as well as recommending an approval of a 3-year contract with the Flock Group to provide an automated license plate reader system for our city. To begin, back in 2014, the police department contracted with an alternate license plate reader vendor. We discontinued the use of that vendor at the city council direction in 2019. When we discontinued the use, the council was open to contracting with other license plate reader camera systems that did not share information with immigration agencies. It's taken us a little while, but in October of last year, we went out to bid for a new vendor to provide an automated license plate reader system. 710 vendors were notified and 4 submitted proposals. Of the 4, 2 did not meet the RFP requirements. And out of the final 2, Flock received the higher rating and was selected as the recommended vendor. The contract with Flock cameras will allow for the purchase and maintenance of 30 license plate reader cameras, which will be placed in various locations throughout the city. The Flock cameras will assist us in our investigations and provide us with leads on cases that we may not otherwise have leads to go on. For example, this month we had a hit and run vehicle collision, which I talked about at the beginning of the meeting, at the intersection of Carlson and Cutting, a major thoroughfare here in the city. That hit and run resulted in the death of a 29-year-old Richmond resident. At this point, we do not have any leads to go on to solve this case. If we had license plate reader cameras, we would be able to at least identify the car that was involved in this fatal collision. This is just one example of many instances in which Flock cameras can assist our staff challenged department with traffic safety. In addition to this hit and run, we had over 1,000 hit and runs reported last year and 156 so far this year, which averages out to about 3 a day. There are also approximately 89 vehicles stolen per month, which severely impacts our residents and hinders their ability to get to necessary locations like work and school. An LPR system could assist us in these investigations, as well as homicides, shootings, illegal dumping, drug dealing, catalytic converter thefts, burglaries, and any other crime in which a vehicle is used. A recent case in which the Flock camera specifically assisted in a case was the mass murders that occurred during a Chinese New Year festival in Monterey Park, California. The police department there was able to specifically pinpoint the flight path of the suspect vehicle using the Flock camera system. The community has already also adopted this system. There are 7 homeowner associations as well as a hospital that use the Flock camera system in our city. We have been provided with the MOU to receive access to those systems to assist in criminal investigations. I know the concern around these types of systems revolve around the sharing of information. We worked hard on our policy to ensure that operational use is limited to concrete investigative needs, and our policy clearly outlines the permitted and impermissible use criteria. Lastly, there is an audit function that details all information that is accessed and shared, as well as a transparency portal that serves as a hub for all information related to this system. At this point, I will turn it over to Laura to discuss the technical details of the system.
Thanks so much, Chief French. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak tonight and explain a little bit more about the Flock system. If it's appropriate, I'd like to share my screen to show a presentation. Let me know when you can see the screen.
I can see it.
All right, great. Yeah, so appreciate the time again, and thanks so much, Chief French, for that awesome overview about why you guys were interested in the technology, and a little bit more about the other surrounding communities using this tech. I think I want to share a little bit more about how we can be a force multiplier for your department, as we've been in other departments all over Northern California. But I think before doing that, I'll explain a little bit about how this technology actually works, right? So this is an example image of what you'll see in what your law enforcement will see in the flock safety system. This image captures the license plate, but it also captures the make, color, and the timestamp of when the vehicle was seen. This information can be essential in helping law enforcement have additional details beyond just the license plate alone for their investigations. We know that oftentimes vehicles do not have license plates, or plates have been removed. And so these other details can really help your department be able to distinguish between the vehicles involved. We know that this evidence is also objective evidence, as it's from fixed locations on the roadway. And so every image that's received does not include people, does not include any kind of biometric information. It is simply the picture of the back of the car that can be used for investigative purposes. So a couple other important things to highlight about how we've protected privacy and made sure that the way that we structure our partnerships does not lead to any kind of misuse. Chief French outlined that you guys are in complete control of who the data is shared with, and that's because in a flock safety partnership, you guys own your information. So that means that you guys decide who shares it, and we do not sell it or share it as a company. We also only store the images for 30 days in our system. So that means that all the images are automatically deleted on day 31 as an additional privacy protection. We also don't tie into any third-party databases like the registration or Carfax, and that's an additional privacy protection for your community. So the technology works in 3 different ways. The first way is proactive, in that it will provide alerts to your police department in the event that there's a stolen vehicle or a vehicle that's associated with a felony warrant. Chief French described the situation in Monterey Park, where unfortunately they were notified of the individual, where the individual's vehicle went through an alert that came through. And so that is an example of a proactive way that the system works. We see other communities tell us that they actually see a decrease in overall crime after using this technology, because the proactive alerts provide them notification of stolen vehicles. And stolen vehicles are often associated in a series of other crimes once they enter a community. And so it helps law enforcement be able to prevent those other crimes from happening by being able to respond really quickly to a stolen vehicle alert. The other way that the system works is investigative. So this is where it's really essential to have a period of time that your law enforcement can go back and look at the data that has been captured in the past. And so I know that the proactive piece gives a lot of information about response, but the investigative piece and being able to look at that data is also an essential piece of why the flock safety system is so helpful for our departments. We've already talked a lot about the risk mitigation, and I know Chief French included her policy in the packet. And so I hope you guys have had a chance to look at it, to ask questions, but if anything else comes up regarding cybersecurity or objectivity, I'm happy to help cover it. I do want to make sure that you guys have some of these example transparency portals, because Chief French plans to turn those on. And so if it's appropriate, Mayor and Council, if you'd like me to put some in the chat, or you guys can click the links from the agenda packet. That information can be helpful for you all to see how you'll be able to see the return on your investment, and to be able to share with your community about how the data is used, how it's not used, and how your police department is using the information to help keep your community safer. I'll end on a few different stories of how we've been helping other customers in your area and in other parts of the country. As you can see, we are widely adopted in Northern California. We're helping a lot of departments keep their communities safe and help do that through also protecting their privacy and helping promote transparency. This is an example out of Benicia, and I think it's a good example because it shows how quickly this investigative tool can allow your officers to respond in the event of a crime. So this trailer was reported at 3 p.m. as stolen. The owner reported it. Immediately, the Benicia Police Department did a search in the flock system, and they identified the last known location, ended up finding where the trailer was, responded within half an hour, and then were able to return the trailer back to the individual who had it stolen. That kind of very quick victim resolution is exactly what law enforcement want to be able to provide to your community. This is an example out of Vacaville, where they saw a significant reduction in crime longer term. So I mentioned a little bit about the stolen vehicle alerts that help reduce other crimes, but we also see that as communities are having more of the stolen vehicle alerts, they're also seeing more of their crimes solved through our investigative portal. So I want to read what Chief Schmutzler said about this technology, because I think can show the impact that it felt for his community. Word has gotten out about these ALPR programs, and folks that are in the business of stealing cars will typically do a little bit of research and find out that a city that has an ALPR program, they then want to avoid. So it's another way that it can help your community deter crime. This example, I'm not sure how many of you heard about this in January 2022. My colleague let me know that this might be a neighboring community, so it might have been in the news near you guys. And I'm not sure that anybody knows this because this part didn't make the news, but after the 5 suspects were chased off by the owner of this jewelry store in the smash and grab, they actually ended up using flock vehicles to identify that vehicle because they had a reason to believe that once they left, they were going to come back another day. And so they were able to use our system to notify police when those individuals did come back. And when they came back, they didn't just come back to do a smash and grab, they came back with violent weapons. And so they were able to prevent a potentially violent situation from happening with the owner of this store because they had flock system alerts. And then I'll end on this example out of Chamblee, Georgia. And I think it's a good example to end on because it can show how this technology can really make or break in a situation that's a real crisis moment for members of your community. So this is worst case scenario. A mother was out walking her child and a van approached her and abducted her child. Stranger on stranger abduction, which is very, very challenging to solve. And of course, they had planned this, so they did not have a license plate on. Fortunately, their community had installed our devices, and she told police that it was a red van that was leaving the scene, and they were able to find an image of that red van leaving her community. They also were able to indicate that this red van had a custom tire, right? So something that a traditional infrared plate read wouldn't have picked up. And that the plate that the temporary tag that they had used had been recently put on. So they went back in the system and were able to find the actual plate number from before they removed the plate, and then were able to find the vehicle a couple counties over because of that. All of this happened for this family, a worst day into finding the suspect and then having their child reunited in under 6 hours. So this technology really can make a difference really quickly for your community. Chief, I'll go ahead and pause and send it back to you guys. And I apologize if my voice is a little raspy at this point. Guys, I'm on a different time zone. So thanks so much for your accommodation.
Thank you, Laura. So the police department is recommending the approval of a 3-year contract with Flock Group. I believe the Flock ALPR technology, along with good policy and oversight, will assist the police department with its work to address and solve crime in our community and make our city safer. And so with that, we'll take any questions.
And I'd like to start off by apologizing to Ms. Holland for making her wait longer than she would have if we had followed our schedule. Anyway, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief French, and thank you, Laura. Chief French, my community is already asking for some of those cameras. Have you decided about the locations or can we negotiate on that?
So we have not decided the locations. We wanted to get this item passed, and then Flock will actually come out and we will work together throughout the city to identify the best locations in which to place the cameras. Ideally, I would want cameras placed in all of our entrance and exit zones of the city so we could capture the cars that are coming and going out of our city. And then more of those hotspot areas like the intersection of Carlson Cutting, which gets a high level of traffic, so we can capture the cars through there. And other intersections where we also have a lot of traffic collisions. So that's a process that we will do after the fact.
Thank you. I'll send you an email to talk a little more about locations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. French and Ms. Holland, or Chief French, not Ms. French, Chief French. Can they track from camera to camera? I was just recently talking to a council member from another city, and their cameras are able to sort of track the vehicle as they're moving around the city. So you know where they're at. Is that technology available with Flock as well?
Laura, I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, no problem, Chief French. Yes, so there's a couple different ways that what they might be talking about. So you will get, when you get a notification that something's on a hot list alert, like a stolen vehicle, that your law enforcement will see what camera it is pinging off of. So that's maybe what they're talking about with tracking, is that it will notify them of the location based on where the cameras are placed. For investigative purposes, you can also see where a vehicle has been. So that can help law enforcement be able to identify where to find an individual, to ask them, questions about their involvement in a situation. And it can also be helpful for figuring out, maybe who was involved in what potential crime.
And I just want to add to that, I want to make it clear that we're not trying to track any vehicles throughout the city. We're only using it for investigative purposes if there's something that happens, so.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Yeah, that was more of my question is, if something happened in one street, are we able to kind of figure out where the vehicle went to and then say, okay, now it's over here and now it went that way, versus just saying, okay, they were in that corner and then they disappeared. I just want to make sure, but it sounds like yes, and not to track because we want to be noisy and see where they went. It's to make sure that we can investigate fully where they've gone. And with that similar question, are we able to tag along or partner with the other cameras of our neighboring cities, San Pablo and Pinot? They use two different companies. I'm not sure if we're able to also tag along with them because whatever happens in our city might be coming from there or from us to them.
Yeah, some of our neighboring cities do use other camera systems, and for investigative purposes, we have contacted them and requested information in which, if it's an investigation, that they provide us with that information. But it's not like we can access their system now.
Okay, yeah, no, not accessing, just making sure that if vehicle license plate 123, we see it leaving, then we can tell San Pablo, hey, license plate 123 just went to you, bring it back, find it, something. Yes. Okay, sounds like yes, thank you. And then last question, I might have missed this, but are we owning or renting, are we leasing the cameras? And if
Chief, do you want me to cover that? Yes. So Flock Safety's agreements are service agreements. And so we own the devices and communities lease them from us. So that means that we take care of all of the maintenance, all of the installation, making sure that you have the latest and greatest version of the technology.
And then just to make sure the servicing of the cameras, is there a time limit of how many services you can provide? Is it once a year? because, you know, if somebody throws rocks at the camera once a month, are you going to be able to come and fix it once a month?
Yeah, so we actually have technicians all throughout California who provide our customers with ongoing maintenance. So we monitor the health of all of our devices in the field, and we often let our customers know even before they know if there's an issue and when we're scheduled to come out to fix it. So that's a part of our partnership, and I can give you a little bit more detail on our service level agreement service if you're interested in that.
I'm good. You've answered the high level of it. I just want to make sure we had flock in my HOA as well, so that's why I know a little bit about the flocks. I just want to make sure of that. Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. Yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I did have Assistant Chief Simmons that I forgot to include in the presentation. I think he had some information.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Chief. I just really wanted to just highlight a particular area. So the chief has established a really robust policy around these things, and there's a great deal of accountability and training associated with the personnel within the police department that will be able to access the data in the flock system. I don't want there to be an idea out there that just on a whim, a police officer can start searching through flock data just because they have no reason. The system actually requires the name of the officer, the reason, for instance, the case number they're working on or the incident they're working on, for authorization to get in. And there is a not tracking is not the right word. There is a way to go back and audit. There's an audit trail that is built in that can, for accountability purposes, to go back and question personnel. Why were you in the system? What were you doing? Was it related to a legitimate law enforcement purpose? And there's a way to hold people accountable to that. In that same turn, if another agency was needing information, it's not just like an exchange of information. There's an official request that gets filled out with a case number, with an officer's name, with a department's information, and it's verified to be legitimate. So that's just some of the safeguards that are in the accountability portion of the policy. And a lot of thought has gone into making sure that we are establishing those safeguards, because we know that's important to the council and important to the community, that it is safeguarded data, safeguarded information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
I thank you, Chief French, for the presentation and for this. I just have some couple of questions about how this item came about, and congratulations, Assistant Chief, for your promotion. And you actually answered with your comment here some of my questions. So as you know, I really advocate for the immigrant community and for the undocumented community, and glad that we are a sanctuary city. So my question is going to be about how this is going to really make sure that it follows the sanctuary ordinance that we have. So I have two questions. One is, you mentioned in your report that you will be doing an MOU and memorandum of understanding with the HOAs that have now like 27 plus cameras. But the MOU is not in one of the attachments, and I wonder why, and if you can explain more in these MOUs. And then my other question is about, also you mentioned that other law enforcement agencies use this technology, including Hercules, Vallejo, San Ramon, Fairfield, Danville, OP, Vacaville, Venecia, and others throughout the Bay areas, which I would like to know how all of them. And also you mentioned that they agreed to have an MOU with that, and the MOU wasn't included in the agenda report. So I wonder why and what is that. And then for me, in terms of like the eyes, it's like how we guarantee that if we are sharing information with other cities that might not be sanctuary cities, even though we have a sanctuary, kind of like California state is a sanctuary, how we are able to make sure that the data that is shared is not being shared with ICE, and we don't have kind of like loopholes where we are just making loophole for the sanctuary ordinance.
Sure. So I'll start off. I see Laura put up the other cities that are in Northern California that you're asking about, the cities that currently have flock cameras. And maybe I wasn't clear. The MOUs that with the homeowners associations and with the hospital are for us to be able to see their information. It's not for us to give any information to them. So they're sharing their information with us because they want us to be able to have as much information to investigate the cases that we might be investigating. So it's for them to be able to provide their flock information to the police department for investigative purposes, not for the police department to provide any information to them. And then as Assistant Chief Simmons discussed, if there is another law enforcement agency that is requesting the information, then there is a formal process for them to request that information. And in our policy, there's actually one of the points in our policy is that the Richmond Police Department does not permit the sharing of ALPR data gathered by the city or its contractors or subcontractors for purposes of federal immigration enforcement pursuant to the California Values Act. These federal immigration agencies include Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Patrol. So we do have those safeguards in our policy that even if there is a law enforcement agency that is requesting information, that we have to follow our policy and we cannot give that information if that information is going to be shared with one of those entities. Just Assistant Chief Simmons, do you have anything else to add on that point?
Yeah, so also within that policy, it requires that the agency that is requesting the data and the information, we have to retain that request so it's reviewable for those accountability purposes. Laura, can you go into a little bit of detail with regards to what the public facing dashboard, because part of the transparency process, Councilwoman Jimenez, is also we want to be able to show the community, if I'm not mistaken, it discloses who's requested our information and who we've shared it with on the public facing dashboard. So as we're accessing it for another purpose that's gone through the proper channels, the community, the council, the community will be able to see who has that information exchanged hands with. So if there's ever a question with regards to a particular situation, that question can be raised and we can actually physically go back and have the documentation on file that supports why that connection was made. And nothing is done in the dark and nothing is done behind, closed doors. We can audit everything, and we are also disclosing it to the public to whom information has been shared to.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to pull up a couple different examples. Thanks so much for suggesting this, Assistant Chief Simmons. And if there are others you guys want me to look up, just say their name and I'll pull them up. But this is the transparency portal that we provide. And each customer has a little bit different information based on what their policy is, based on what hot list they use, right? But this one is from San Mateo, and they've chosen to include all of the information available into their transparency portal. So as you can see, it outlines the external organizations that you have access to, and it also links the policy. I will say specific to the immigration enforcement, that's totally understand the concern there. And I think that the way that the system requires there to be an investigative reason attached with each search that is provided in an audit portal will help your chief make sure that that policy is enforced, right? So it has to have a specific case number attached to whatever criminal investigation her department is doing. And so she'll know if it's something that's not associated with one of those criminal investigations.
Okay, so when you say external organization with access, so they have access without asking for permission, or how?
Yeah, so our different departments do it differently. I think your chief's policy is different from this department's, but this department has a different level of access. And your chief would still be able to report who is accessing the data in the same way, right? So what other communities, what other departments have used your community's data?
So I just want to clarify that because it's confusing.
Yeah.
So how we are going to do it here in Richmond, because what you are showing us is something about like all these organizations had access to the data. But what I am hearing from assistant chief and from the chief is that the organization that will have to request the data, won't have free access. And my question is that true? Is that what I am understanding the right thing? And you mentioned an MOU with all these other cities, departments. What is in the MOU that will guarantee that what you are saying is going to happen in terms of, because I really got confused here when you show these and it says external organization with access.
So I can start. So my understanding is that when an organization does request information, then we put that on, if we provide information, we put that under our transparency site so that the public can see who we have shared information with. Correct me if I'm wrong, Laura. This is brand new. We don't have this yet. And so I am learning, and that's my understanding of the process.
Yes, yeah. And so again, Councilwoman, your questions are really important. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. Again, different communities have different levels of sharing, right? So some communities share with all of their surrounding police departments, and they all use each other's cameras together alongside each other. That's not the policy that your chief and assistant chief have outlined. They'll have a specific request that's made for data, right? And so that is where we would be able to report those specific requests and when those departments have access.
Our policy is more stringent than most with regards to this. We are not going to be offering any agency free access. It's a much stricter process. And with regard to the MOU, Councilwoman, we don't have the system yet, so we can't engage in an MOU. We would be bringing an MOU back at another time for review for approval to this body once we're able to establish what that would look like. But in terms of allowing another organization access the way that this department has done is not Chief French intent. It's not our intent. Our intent is a much stringent policy that outlines a direct request in writing with specific information that can be granted or denied, predicated on the information that's provided to us that matches our policy.
Sorry to interrupt, but it is approaching 11 o'clock, which means that we need to have a vote to extend the meeting.
I will move that we extend the meeting until this item is
Completed? Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Actually, it has to be until 11:30.
Okay, until 11:30.
Okay. So we have a motion for extending the meeting to 11:30 and
I second it.
Okay, in a second. Let's have a vote.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right.
So
Councilwoman, I was going to clarify an MOU that was with the homeowners association. because I heard you have a question about that. That's similar to if you have footage from your own Ring doorbell camera, or if a business had a camera, they would sometimes pull footage to then give to the police department. The MOU allows your police department to get those images from those private groups. So that's what the MOU that Chief and Assistant Chief referred to with the private groups. That's what they're referring to.
Yeah, no, and I am talking to the MOU with other agencies, other police agencies, and I think like for me is that we need to. I'm sorry. So I think like for me is like that we need to increase the safeguards of the data that we collect. And hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. And I think when I don't see the MOU and that is going and we talk and this item talks about all these other cities, it flagged a little concern for me in terms of that information and sharing data. So I will be like, so what I am hearing what I am hearing is that it's not going to look like this, what you are saying, when external organizations.
You froze again.
Oh my God. Hello. Hi.
Hello. You froze again.
I'm sorry. So what I want to say like that this is not going to look like that external, like what you are talking here is showing us external organization with access. We will have more control about that, and that the MOU that is going to be developed or with the other agencies that you are mentioning in this item is going to come back to the City Council for approval. Is that what I am understanding that is going to happen?
So for the sharing of information, I'm not positive that there actually needs to be an MOU. I know that there's a formal process in which we share the information. And so I can do some additional research on that. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to your question. I don't believe it has to be an MOU, but I can do additional research for that.
Yes, so we do have customers that do have MOUs and agreements with other departments. And there is a legal background for that in Flock system. I think what the question that you have, Councilwoman, about the sharing of information, it sounds like it might be something that can be addressed after the system is live. Because I think one of the essential tools is, of course, the networking piece, but really being able to provide your department this data for the crimes that happen in your community. So I think the MOU is one separate issue that it could be addressed at a separate council meeting.
Yeah, the thing is that when you are showing these and you are showing that external organization with access, it gives me a pause in terms of like how these, like when we are talking about, well, we are being really careful about not sharing information, but you have all these other entities and organizations that will have access, and we don't know, like we know our sanctuary policy, we know that She French hold that really careful, but we don't know the others, and that is what I bring here as my concern, right?
Well, in California agencies, all California agencies have to abide by the California Values Act. So when you see the agencies that are listed here for this particular police department, the Morgan Hill, most of them are what I see are California agencies, which are all have to abide by the California Values Act, which are the government code that I read earlier. So none of them can share information with the ICE or any of the immigration enforcement agencies. But if there's something specific that you would like to make sure that we include, I'm open to hearing that and trying to figure out how we can include that language.
I think there's a disconnect between what is legal and what is done. When the state did an audit, they only checked on 4 cities to see whether or not they were complying, and they were not. In fact, the city of Pasadena and Huntington Beach had issues with sharing information with ICE. So the question is, how do we ensure the fact that the information that we share with other cities are in fact being done by cities who adhere to the law? It's a sad statement to make, but the evidence that's been shown in investigations have shown that it continues to happen. I think, and the issue of an MOU coming later, I think is problematic, because we enter into a contract and then what if we don't come to an agreement that's acceptable to the city council, because it is our responsibility to make sure that the sanctuary laws are enacted. And so if we allow a system to take place that does not follow the sanctuary laws, it's on us. I have questions about the 27 private cameras. This was supposed to be about license plate readers, and I'm sure that the 27 cameras aren't license plate readers. They're security cameras. Oh, they are?
There are license plate readers. Yes,
So-
yes, Ma'am.
So the 27 cameras in the HO, the homeowners are.
They are these exact cameras. They're the flock.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Mayor Martinez, your concerns about the sanctuary cities, we have this conversation in most other council meetings in the area. Most people in your area are very concerned about it and want to make sure that the system is being used the right way. So all that you're saying is very valid. I do think the audit portal has been the answer for a lot of other communities, where they can see specifically, what is searched and why the search happened and who is searching what cameras. Some departments will provide, and part of the normal update, like what you guys got, they'll provide an overview and a confirmation that nothing has been done for immigration purposes at those council meetings. So that's another solution to be able to make sure you guys are on top of it.
So I still feel that it's necessary to have some sort of guarantee that that the information is shared and not just okay. I'm trying to get an idea of how let's say I'm the city of Redland, and I want information of I have an agreement with the city of Richmond. Does that mean I just have access to whatever information you've come up with, or do I have to make a specific request for information and then you have to approve that request?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, Chief, can I take this? Okay, Mayor, if I may. So let me just read directly from our policy so that you kind of have an understanding that within the context of what we're talking about here, the MOU, like the chief explained, would be between the neighborhood associations that already have the system to allow us access, like we're requesting access. We wouldn't have an MOU established because no other with outside jurisdictions, because they don't have access to our data. We're not creating an open portal where we're saying we would like to enter a memorandum of understanding with you. Here's the agreement, and now we're giving you sort of carte blanche access. That's not the case. It is exactly how you just described it. It is by request, and here is the policy section 433.9, under releasing the data, it would be the ALPR data may be shared only with other law enforcement or prosecutorial agencies for official law enforcement purposes or otherwise permitted by law using the following procedures. The agency makes a written request for the ALPR data that includes the name of the agency, the name of the person requesting, the intended person of obtaining the information, so that'd be the case number or the case file data information. The request is reviewed by the administrative division commander, which is a captain, or their authorized designee, which could be the chief, myself, whoever. And then that request is retained on file. And if it would help even provide some assurance to you, Mayor, and to the council as a whole, we could even include something in there that would be an acknowledgement to the requester that they are to abide by the sanctuary city policy. So when we're releasing it, they're acknowledging that our policy is this and our stance is this, and there's an expectation that information stays protected that way. And we could ask them to acknowledge that and understand that that's a condition of releasing the information. And that would not be hard for us to add something like that in policy and include that in the requesting release of data portion.
It would have been helpful if you had included that information in the agenda.
We
Well,
did.
the policy
We
is
included the policy in there.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, the policy is in there. What I'm suggesting is maybe an amendment to that to add an extra layer of security that would require the requester to acknowledge that this is the intent of our policy.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion to that effect that we approve it with a mandate to the police department that any use of the camera data will be with respect to the sanctuary city policy?
Yes. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Vice Mayor McLaughlin. Yes, Claudia.
Can we make sure that in the motion is adding to what
Right. That was it was my understanding that was in the motion. Is that correct?
Yes, the motion mandates the police department for their
And-
own use or sharing with other agencies to be respectful of the sanctuary city policy.
And Mr. Mayor, point of order, I don't know that we've gone to public comment yet.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. So are there public comments?
There is one public speaker. Would you like for me to call the public speaker?
Yes, please.
That public speaker is Mike Katz. Please unmute yourself. And
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Katz-Lakabe. I'm with Oakland Privacy. I'm the Director of Research there and a former resident of Richmond. So I would first like to thank the mayor for mentioning the California State Auditor Report on license plate readers and the lack of compliance with state law by all 4 law enforcement agencies that were audited. In fact, the existing license plate reader policy on the City of Richmond website does not comply with California state law. And while it is nice that the policy on data sharing was reviewed for all of you, I should note that in my experience, that is a default policy provided by Lexipol, and I have yet to see a law enforcement agency comply with it. So a lot of claims were made about the effectiveness of the cameras. I would urge you to treat those claims with some skepticism. Note that your police department is already solving crimes, and the use of a stranger abduction case to sell this surveillance is particularly galling as this crime is extraordinarily rare. Now, the police chief had mentioned earlier that the flock cameras can improve traffic safety. Now, I'm wondering if there is any data to support that, because that is certainly not in line with any of the claims that have been made by Flock Safety or the Flock Group. And you should understand that these cameras are triggered by a motion sensor and then send an image to Flock of whatever triggers the camera. That could be a person, a bicycle, or even a bird. The ability to search for images of people and bicycles was previously used as a selling point by Flock. Now, let's get on to transparency and safeguarding of data. So safeguarding of the data is important, as noted by Councilmember Jimenez. It's much easier to safeguard data when you don't collect and store as much of it. 99.9% of data collected by ALPRs has no nexus to crime or criminal activity. And for that reason, I would urge you to go with a shorter retention time, something more along the lines of 72 hours, which would be more protective of the privacy of Richmond residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, Tony Sestak. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening again. Yeah, the gentleman who just spoke before me asked some questions, raised some points that certainly was in the back of my mind. And there certainly are some gray areas too. So as an example, listening to a speaker on KPFA talking about sanctuary city issues and people who were who've gotten picked up and deported because they had DUI convictions. And in this particular case, the person's DUI convictions, he had 2 of them that went back about 20 years. And they were going on and chattering about, well, this was a victimless crime. And I had to call them up and tell them, my mother was killed by a drunk driver. So being a drunk driver could be something more than a victimless crime. The other issue, this will be stealing a little fire perhaps from Councilmember Doria Robinson, is if this system was put in place, can this be used to track our dumpers, who I wouldn't consider to be innocent people? So if we have the system in place, that might also be another use for it. So thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. I see that Councilmember Bana has her hand up. No?
Sorry.
No problem. All right, well, then we have a first and a second. Do we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, we still have items. We have 13 minutes and we should at least start on the report for the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council.
Mr. Mayor, I would love to make the report, but it's going to take more than 10 minutes. Are you sure you want to have it done now?
We can extend, we can, what do you call it? Suspend
the rules.
Yeah, suspend the rules to continue.
Sure.
To finish it.
If Chief
Yes.
Conte wants to get this started, of course.
We need to get through as much as possible.
But I think we have to make that decision, Mayor Martinez. You can't just, we have to vote on whether we're going to suspend the rules beyond 11:30. Now, I'm not saying that we won't, but I just don't think we could just say we're going to go beyond 11:30.
Well, I was hoping that we would. Can we vote on that now? Or do we have to wait until it's time?
I believe we should wait until 11:30.
That's my belief also. So, okay, Councilmember Bonnet, I'm going to leave it up to you to trust the council to suspend the rules or
I
not.
would love to make the presentation, but then I would hate to torture my colleagues and myself. It's 11:30. We need to go to bed. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, if that's the feeling of the presenter, then it's
Mayor
time to, yes.
Mayor Martinez, there were 2 items that were pulled from the consent calendar by the public, and that person was not in the meeting tonight. Would you like to take those items up?
What were the items?
Item V4 and V6. V4 is the Chevron Hydrogen
Yeah.
Project Legal
Uh-huh.
Service Agreement. And V6 is a contract with Weiss and Janae Elsner Associates for historic resources evaluations.
Well, I would not like to deal with them now. Because I myself have some questions about a V4.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll just continue them until the next meeting.
What about V5? Is that an item that we can move out the way? Since we have to approve it, I don't think we have options, right? It sounds like they already did the work. So just a suggestion. I'm just trying to figure out in the next 9 minutes,
Okay.
what can we get rid of?
Okay, let's do V5. Read it into the record. Let's rush it.
Item V5 is to approve a fourth contract amendment in the amount of $20,000 with the Siegel Group Incorporated for a total amount not to exceed $350,000 to provide consultation services regarding implementation of the classification and compensation study, with the term extending through December 31st of 2023.
Okay. Anyone have a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sharon Taylor. I'm the Interim Human Resources Director, and I present to you the Fourth Amendment for the Siegel Group contract to assist us with the completion of the class and comp implementation study that we are trying to achieve before the end of the year, hopefully. So I will keep my comments brief. I'm open for questions. And I thank you for the opportunity to hear this item before the end of the evening.
Thank you. What exactly will this $20,000 provide for us?
So it will help in the costing of the implementation. They'll provide technical assistance as well. And they will also provide a series of presentations as needed to council or to other people that have interest in the implementation of the study,
Okay,
other stakeholders.
And when you say costing, what does that mean?
Costing means mapping out the steps for the employees and giving us the bottom line as far as how much the cost would be for the city, as well as mapping out, like I said, the steps depending on the proposals that we're receiving.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this is the fourth amendment of the contract. We did some amendments to do some for the Siegel to do some analysis because we knew that it was outdated. Like we needed to update that for the MOU negotiation with the RPOA. If I thought that what they were going to do was to help us as they did for the MOU with RPOA to do some outdated analysis for the implementation of the class and comps that we are doing right now.
Based on conversations that we had several months ago, it was determined that refreshing the data or relooking at the data would constitute a full compensation study along with the time frame and the cost. We were given the estimate of additional 6 to 9 months in order to complete that process. So at that time, the mayor at the time and the city council decided to move forward with the data that we had.
So we are moving with the data that we have and we are costing that data, but they already had done a costing analysis, right? So what will be different from what they did before to right now?
We've had many changes with our employees. We've had some leave, we've had some start. So those are some of the major changes, trying to keep up with the flux of the employees and making sure that the data is relevant and current.
And so what, like, you mentioned that, this is something that they had already done or that they are going to do? How much they had already done and how much they are already, they need to do?
They've assisted us with the costing. We have partnered with other consultants. We've used MRG to assist us in that process. Right now, we're using internal staff to partner with Siegel to do the costing. So it's a joint effort between us and Siegel.
How many contracts or consultants have been used to do this costing of the class and comps besides Siegel?
At this time, and I'm sorry, I misspoke, it's actually RGS. And we've used one consultant to assist us with this process with RGS.
So we had already used 2 consultants for this. How much money had we spent total?
And Councilmember Jimenez, that was with the previous Deputy City Manager, Anil. And we began to transition that work in-house once once Mubin was retained and other staff in the finance department were able to assist. But we want to make sure that we can implement the City Council's policy direction and answer all of the questions that the council members have regarding the Siegel study. And so that is the point of this contract.
So the point of this contract is to answer us. So there is like just answer.
Yes, we sent you an email asking to aggregate your questions. We conferred with the mayor and we decided that it would be best to aggregate all the city council members' questions and return to closed session with answers to those questions to streamline the process. And then we also want to make sure that we have a final salary schedule that comports with what is required in all of the bargaining units. And so we need support for staff to ensure we do that in a timely manner with the city attorney's office. We want to implement the class and comp study. And so we think it's crucial to have this support.
Okay.
And could I add that basically we'd run out of budget with Siegel with the new council people. I know the older council had presentations with Siegel. I think the issue was that we felt that the questions about the Siegel study seemed to be growing. So there seemed to be, we really wanted to put Siegel directly in to the closed session to talk about this and try and answer these questions directly. So that the meeting that they came to, basically there wasn't a budget for that, but they came anyway. So that was one situation. And I think beyond that, I think as the council has seen, a very significant part of trying to figure out what the costs are is like placing people on salary steps and then trying to figure out, like the retroactivity and how that would apply. So we're getting to a level of the class and comp study is complex to figure out where people are going. There's variation in that. And I think the staff feeling was that they needed a little more budget with Siegel to provide assistance trying to deal with that. And also if the council wants to talk some more about this, they'd be available to come to other meetings.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have 1 minute left. I see 2 hands up. We need to.
I will make a motion.
Can I get my answer about
we have 1 minute. We have 1 minute. So
I would like to make a motion to support this.
Please.
Yeah, I was going to call the question so that we can move on to it.
So do we have a second?
I know the questions could be answered later, and I understand they're important, but I think this will help us to have.
I second it.
And there's no public comment?
That's right.
There
Is
is
there public comment?
No, no public.
Oh,
no public
Let's,
comment.
let's vote.
They all left. No, I'm kidding.
Okay,
You ready?
roll call.
Go, Ms.
Councilmember
Christian.
Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yeah.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for serving us, Gail.
Thank
So
you.
wait,
Can you send
So-
us the information about how much money we have spent on the Seagull and RGAs for the costing, please? That will be great. Because that question wasn't answered here. Thank you.
Yes.
It's 11:30.
it's 11:30. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next time around.
Good night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Meeting-
Good night.
Meeting's adjourned. Good night.
Good night.